So, welcome everyone. Happy 𤤅𤤂𤐤𝐿, or for those of you who celebrate the other form, Christmas. But yeah, I'm personally celebrating 𤤅𤤂𤐤𝐿. That's, what else is slightly like going before, strictly monotheistic era Judaism, but what's a Jew to do on Christmas? Because, honestly, the way that Christians understand it, not for me, but it's perfectly fine that they have that. I love that people. I've always loved Christmas, but never been able to connect with it. Now that I view it within the lens of 𤤅𤤂𤐤𝐿, I love 𤤅𤤂𤐤𝐿. Wait, one second. Here, I'm sending you the link. 0. Give me one moment. I'm just going to message it to you on Facebook. So, let's see. Sorry, I'm kind of getting things set up last minute. But yeah, welcome, Graham. How's your Christmas, 𤤅𤂂𤐤𝐿, Solstice been?
Pretty good. I was going to say you can throw a Festivus and all that in there too.
And it's not Festivus anymore. That was yesterday. Well, 2 days ago, technically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let's see. StreamYard. But yeah, I definitely I've been feeling a bit better lately, which is good. Just everything that's been going on in the Middle East lately has been getting me down. I feel like a lot of people can relate, except, and again, I'm not saying this is impacting me any more, in a different way than it is other people, but I feel like a lot of people, they just tend to look at it one side or the other just because of, how humans tend to be. But I'm looking at it as both sides, and it's equally I'm not going to make a thing about equal or not, but it horrifies me what's going on. But
yeah, I was going to say too often people take the approach of just tell me which side I'm supposed to be rooting for, so I can sit back, pop the popcorn, and watch the show. Tag.
Yeah, relativity can be a great or a terrible thing depending on the context. So, let's see what. Sorry, I meant to have this ahead of time, but alas, I was, as I was saying, slightly behind schedule. But on the bright side, I am on a bit more of a normal schedule. Because it's Christmas and nothing else to do, I figured. Okay. So,
well, isn't the tradition to go for Chinese food then?
Meh, I had Indian food.
Oh, I was going to say it was always what I always learned was it was traditional for Jewish people to go for Chinese food on Christmas.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, I also had leftovers, so I didn't go out to get it.
Okay.
Let's see. So, let's see. Vayigash, 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 Vayigash. Oh my gosh, Vayigash. Okay, this is what I was looking for. I wanted to watch part of this the other time, but yeah. Oh, one second. How do I share screen? All right, here. And then wait, did I send it yet? I want to make sure that I did. Yeah. Okay. 0. I sent you the link. Excuse me. All right, here we go. Full screen this. Bada bing.
So I want to use this as an opportunity to talk about something that is going to be focused very heavily in our... Welcome to Into the Verse. This is 𝐤𝐉𝐂𝐂𝐿, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Adina Blaustein.
Ari, I'm really excited.
Well, it is Parshah Vayigash.
This is the what?
Joined today by my colleague. Welcome to Into the Verse. This is 𝐤𝐉𝐿, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Adina Blaustein.
I feel duh.
Ari, I'm really excited.
Well, it is Parshah Vayigash. We are neck deep in the Joseph story. We're 2 Parshiot in already to the Joseph story. We have another 2 to go. So I want to use this as an opportunity to talk about something that is going to be focused very heavily in our Parsha, but it's really going to span the entire Joseph story. I want to talk about something that happened at the very end of the Joseph story. Now, you're probably thinking I'm talking about Parshah Vayichi, right? When Yosef dies.
Yeah.
Actually, not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because there's one more time, actually after Yosef's death, that he does come up in the Torah. You know what I'm talking about?
I just want to make sure I understand the question. You're saying that there's the last time that Joseph appears?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I got this. In Exodus, I think in Parshah Beshalach, am I in the right track?
Yeah.
Okay. When Moshe is preparing to lead Bnei Israel out of Egypt, very exciting climactic time, Moshe suddenly has to go on an errand, and that is to collect Joseph's bones to make good on the promise that had been unfulfilled for hundreds of years, which is to bury Joseph's bones in the land of Israel. So while everybody's busy, with their matzah and packing up, Moshe's on this errand.
Right, exactly. And there's a really interesting midrash from the Tanchuma on this.
Are you talking about the midrash of how Moshe got the Nile to kind of raise up the bones? Is that what you're talking about?
I am, right. It's like you're
yeah.
like,
so I remember
get the bones from the Nile. How did he even know they were in the Nile?
I remember learning this midrash when I was in day school. Okay, so what I remember is Moshe had this problem, right? Joseph's bones were at the bottom of the Nile. I don't know why. I don't remember that part. And
the midrash actually starts off. There's another problem, which he doesn't even know where they are because the Torah doesn't actually tell us they're in the Nile. And that's the first half of the midrash is, how he finds out where the bones are. But yeah, then he finds out they're in the Nile, and he's like, how do I get them? I don't have a submarine
to get to the bottom of the Nile. Okay,
right.
So I think he writes down God's name.
So it's not God's name. He actually writes out something else. He takes a bundle of something, doesn't actually tell us what.
Okay.
And he writes on it the words "alei shor," which literally seems to mean rise up, ox.
Yeah, which is kind of the symbolic name for Joseph. And I think in the blessings that Jacob gives him, he refers to Joseph as a shore. Okay.
Right. And then not just he refers to him as shore, but this is actually a quote from the blessing that Jacob gives Joseph. Part of it says "alei shor." And now, so the midrash says that Moshe wrote those words on this piece of.
So, you know what shore means?
Not in Hebrew. I know what it means in English.
Yeah. So he said it. Shore means bowl.
Okay. I was going to say, just as a form thing, these people talking over each other and interrupting each other is kind of, bad form in my book. But, they're both comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's how they dialogue. But no, so shore means bull. What else means bull?
Again, the only thing that jumps in my head is apis, but that's not
right. No. It's the root of the like. Okay, what's the constellation for bull?
Taurus.
And that's from. It's from Tor.
Okay.
So because shins and tavs are connected, I'm trying to think what was an example. Oh yeah. Have you ever heard the phrase, was it? Well, no, I need to look it up. One second. You know the whole thing with the writings on the wall, the words on the or the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, with Belshazzar.
Yeah. Do you know what the Aramaic phrase was?
No, but if I remember right, it also originally came from the Ugaritic stories. But go on.
Mene mene tekel ufarsin. So what's interesting is tekel means has been weighed, or was this like God
Weighed and found wanting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's interesting is tekel. If you look at that in Hebrew, it's not tekel; it's actually shekel.
Okay.
Shekel means weight. So, trying to think what other names you have. So another example potentially is looking at the name like Astart, because Astart. Actually, wait. That might Ashtart. If you look at it as Ashtart, it could actually be Atart or Atirat. So like that's one of the theories as to how Ishtar or Aphrodite and Ashura or Hera are basically derived from the same proto goddess. Because if you have the letters Ashtart or Ashtart and then you translate it into Atart, then because Atirat was another name for Ashura.
No, I see what you're saying there. Again, it makes sense. They're all aspects of the divine feminine. So.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Whatever, threw it into the Nile, and what happens?
And the bones rise up.
So it's a fascinating midrash, but it's actually not the end of the story. There's another midrash on Parshah Kitisa that actually picks up the thread of this story and takes it one more chapter forward.
So just to contextualize, because I love playing.
There's another midrash on Parshah Kitisa
Kitisa.
that actually picks up the thread of this story and takes it one more chapter forward.
So just to contextualize, because I love playing this guessing game. Kitisa is talking about the 𤤅𤤂𤔂𤔂, right?
You and all of our listeners.
Right?
Talking about the 𤤅𤤂𤔂𤔂𤂂,
Okay.
right?
Okay, wait.
The golden calf.
Where in the 𤤅𤤂𤂂𤔂 would this come up? Okay, so my wild guess, because something that I wonder if I'm connecting a thread, but I don't know if this is crazy. Something to do with how they made the 𤤅𤤂𤂂𤔂𤂂. Is that at all
You're right
where you're
on.
going with
Yep.
this? Okay, because
Yep.
okay, I think I get why I mixed up how Moshe got the bones to rise up, because there's another midrash about how they even made the 𤤅𤤂𤂂𤔂, something with writing God's name or something about throwing something into a fire. Yeah. And like somehow
Right.
the 𝐤𤂂 kind of emerged from that, I guess, I don't know, magic.
Adina, you're right on. Right. The backstory is that after the 𝐤𤂂, after the golden calf happens, Moses confronts Aaron, who seems to be responsible for forming the calf, and says like, hey, Aaron, what's up? Why'd you do this? What happened? And Aaron actually says, well, I didn't really create it. I took all of this gold jewelry, I threw it into the fire, and out came this golden calf. It was just magical. And so the midrash here is filling in, well, how did that actually happen, right? Like, and why did a calf come out of the fire if Aaron just threw a bunch of stuff in? Why did it not come out just like a lump of gold?
Yeah, it's a pretty good
And
question.
so the midrash says, along with all of this gold jewelry that was thrown in, it says, Natal haluach shekatav alav Moshe alei shor. The very board that Moses used to summon the bones of Joseph from the Nile, that got thrown in with all of the gold jewelry into the fire, and out came the golden calf.
Wow. So 2 reactions. Firstly, it's probably a good idea not to just learn Midrashim by reading the little Midrash says. It's probably a good idea to, just like with Torah, study it inside and look at the text, because I feel like this Midrash is just part of my memories of growing up, and I never really studied it inside, and what a fascinating connection. And then number 2, I mean, I'm just struck by, why are these 2 episodes connected? Like, why would the rabbis in kind of articulating these ideas want to stress this direct connection between these 2 episodes? They just seem completely different.
Right. That's the real question we have to ask when we read a midrash like this, is like, what are the rabbis getting at? What are they suggesting? And to me, it sounds like they're suggesting that the golden calf was somehow meant to resemble Joseph, right? Like this slit, which
Yeah.
basically says, hey, come Joseph, come out, was thrown into the fire, and out comes the golden calf. And it's as if the rabbis were saying, the golden calf, when you look at the golden calf, what you're really supposed to see is Joseph.
Like
But I
Joseph
don't know about you,
resurrected, like
Adina.
Joseph's bones coming to life.
Right. No, I
Very
don't know about
it's
you.
very
When I look
creepy.
at a golden statue of a cow, I don't really
I'm
think,
hearing
oh,
echoes
hey, that's
from
Joseph.
the
Yeah, it's funny.
So I want to give a
Daniel and the
metaphor
fire in
that might
Babylon.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm also seeing some echoes of the Daniel and the fire in Babylon. In the fiery furnace. The calf emerging from the fire.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You know, if he had Joseph's bones in the fire, and again, you always have the story of who's the fourth person that they see in the fiery furnace. And again, I don't remember anybody suggesting Joseph, but you know, with the midrash here, that seems to be a connection tag.
Well, keep in mind it says that Joseph was imbued with the Holy Spirit. So I wouldn't be surprised if these traditions pre-existed the idea of Jesus, but were applied to Joseph. And potentially that's why you have, because think about it, in the same way that you have Jesus referred, or wait, was it in Islam that there's a reference to Mary the, or I forget, Mary the sister of Aaron, or that I forget. There's a connection to like the Levites through Aaron, saying that Mary was the sister of Aaron. I forget exactly how it's connected, but basically switching up genealogies or lineages. Like it's possible something similar was done with Jesus, but where Joseph, rather than just being his earthly father, Joseph was also understood as Joseph, like as an archetype.
No, there are definitely a lot of parallels between Jesus and Joseph here, and again, it's the that recurring, founding figure that seems to be recurring. And Joseph went into Egypt, so Jesus had to go into Egypt too. Tag.
Explain how Chazal saw this, and that metaphor is actually Taco Bell. Now, I keep kosher. I've never eaten Taco Bell, but what I've heard is that everything at Taco Bell tastes the same. They have like dozens and dozens of items on their menu, and yet it all tastes the same. And the reason is because essentially they're just different arrangements of the exact same ingredients. They're just like, there's only so many ways you can arrange like, cheese and beef and some vegetables. And it's basically all the same thing. So like, a Crunchwrap Supreme might look different than a Doritos Locos Taco. But when you break it down, right, they're really just like tortilla and beef and cheese and some veggies.
I mean,
Yes,
it
I have
sounds
to look that
delicious,
up.
but I could see how Taco Bell's marketing team might then have a challenge of how do you entice customers that the menu is varied and delicious.
Right. And the way they do that is they put it in different packaging, and it looks totally different, and it looks like they have this big menu. So where I'm going with this is that maybe Chazal were really the astute customer who realized that these are just two different packaging of the same ingredients. If we break down the golden calf to its ingredients, we realize that it really is a manifestation of Joseph. So let's just think for a minute, like, what are the essential ingredients of the golden calf? So I would say probably the easiest one is, well, it's a calf. And then, it's not just any calf, it's a golden calf. And then what do the people do to it? They bow down to it, right? So, okay, calf, golden, people bow down to it. Another important attribute is it's man-made. And then finally, probably like the most significant is that they conceived of this golden calf as a replacement for God. They say, Eila Elokecha Yisrael asher halucha me'eretz Mitzrayim. Right? This is your God Israel who brought you out of Egypt. So it's a calf, it's golden, they bow down to it, it's man-made, and it's conceived as a replacement for God. To me, those are 5 really essential ingredients to the golden calf.
Okay.
So let's look at Joseph now and see if we can find those ingredients in Joseph too.
Okay.
Hey, this is Ari, host of Into the Verse. The podcast will be right back. But first, let me tell you about all of the amazing content you can access with a subscription to aleph-beta.org. Whether you're looking for inspiring insights on each Parsha, a full-length course on the upcoming holiday that'll change how you celebrate, or a deep dive series into some of the most perplexing sections of the Torah, we have you covered. And we do it all through beautifully animated videos that make complex textual analysis a breeze to understand and bring the Torah to life. Visit alephbeta.org and find out for yourself why thousands of people come back every week to pour over our 600 plus hours of content. And as a special gift for Into the Verse listeners, we'll give you the first month free when you sign up for an annual subscription. Just use the coupon code ITV3. Now back to this week's episode. Okay, so let's start with the first one, a calf. And you already said this, you mentioned this before, right?
That's right. In Yaakov's blessings, he turns to Joseph and says, Alei shor. So perhaps the calf can be linked with a shore, an ox. You know, a calf is basically a young ox.
It's just a young ox. So the Joseph calf ox connection, I think, is pretty clear. But it also speaks gold. So was there ever a time when Joseph was all decked out in gold?
Sure. I mean, his whole royal identity probably meant that he was wearing fine garments, gold all the time. And I don't know about you, but the image, and perhaps there's a textual proof of this as well, but whenever he encounters the brothers in Egypt, it almost seems like he's purposefully bedecked in royal finery. Like he almost makes a show out of emphasizing his special status. So I definitely would associate gold and kind of a special appearance with Joseph.
We don't even have to imagine what Joseph looked like wearing this gold, because the Torah actually does tell us when Pharaoh kind of anointed him as second in command, he put on Joseph a revid zahav, so that gold chain. And this is like one of those details, like, I don't know about you, I never noticed, right? It's just like, okay, yeah, he put like royal garment. If you would ask me what did he dress Joseph up in, I would have been like, I don't know, like royal stuff.
Yeah, I would have just said fancy stuff. Yeah.
Right. Because it's like one of those like subtle details that it seems to be kind of irrelevant. But now we see, oh, wait a minute, Joseph was wearing this golden chain. And presumably he always wore this golden chain. This was part of his uniform in his position as second in command in Egypt, was this golden chain. And here he is walking around all day dressed in gold.
Okay, cool. So far we have 2 ingredients. What's the next one?
So it's not enough just for him to be golden and a calf, right? It also matters how the Israelites relate to him, right? And in the golden calf, one of the most critical things is that the Israelites bow down to it.
I mean,
that time.
Yeah.
I didn't even have to finish my sentence, right?
I know. And it's already, I mean, the image of Joseph is the dreams and how he imagines everyone bowing down to him. And then that in fact happens in reality, that they do end up bowing down to him.
Right. And they actually, the brothers, the original Israelites, the children of Israel, bow down to him not once, not twice, but actually 3 separate times. The Torah records them bowing down to him. Yeah. So this imagery of the brothers, the children of Israel, bowing down to this golden calf figure, it's really starting to add up. Another key ingredient, the calf was man-made, right? And if you think about, right, who made the calf? It was Aaron. So now who decked Joseph out in gold and put him in this position where everyone would bow down to him, right? Like who made Joseph into an idol?
Oh, I see your point. In a sense, Joseph wasn't born into royalty. Pharaoh kind of made him royal. He appointed him into this position of power. So I guess in a sense, you could say that Joseph too was man-made.
Right. And listen to this verse in Genesis 41:45.
Okay.
And this is the verse where it says that Pharaoh put him into this position. Kara Paro Shem Yotzef Safnat Paneach. So Paro gives him a name, a totally new name. He says, I'm going to call you Safnat Paneach. And then Vitenlo Osnat Bat Potifera. And he gives him Osnat, the daughter of Potiphera, Kohen On, the priest of On, Leisha as a wife. So he gives him a new name and a new wife. And then Vayitse Yosef al Eretz Mitzrayim. Joseph went out on the land of Egypt. It almost sounds like, okay, Joseph already existed. Pharaoh didn't make Joseph. But the Egyptian royalty, the second in command, the one that everyone's bowing down to, the one that's decked out in gold, well, his name's not Joseph. His name is Safnat Paneach.
He has like an alter ego that Pharaoh just kind of willed into existence.
Pharaoh created this alter ego with a new name and a new wife. And then this language of Vayitse Yosef, Joseph like went out. It almost sounds like, you know, it's like this new character emerged and was born and went out in front of Egypt. And that language of Vayitse, listen to what Aaron says when he was making the golden calf. He says, right, I threw all of this into the fire. Vayitse ha'egel hazat. This calf, it just emerged, right? Joseph here, it's just emerging. Both Pharaoh and Aaron, they're creating this thing, and then that thing emerges. And look how cool this is. This was Exodus 32:24. And this is when Aaron tells Moses, that basically this is how I created the golden calf. And immediately after that, look how Moses responds. Vayar Moshe et ha'am ki faruahu. So Moses saw that the people were out of control. This word farua. Ki firao Aharon b'shimtza b'kamehan. That Aaron let them get out of control so that they became a menace to anyone who opposed them. But look at that word. Ki pirao Aharon. Those letters.
Gobsmacked.
Hey, resh, ayin, hey.
Yeah.
What does it spell?
It spells paro, and it's just incredible wordplay here because it's such a bizarre and weird verb to use in this context. But it does seem like it's almost the Torah's way of, underlining with a thick yellow highlighter. There's a paro here in this story. There's a connection back to Paro's presence that you should be noticing.
Right, exactly. And it's almost as if Moses saw what Aaron did and said, ki paro Aharon, right? Like Aaron, he's Paro.
Yeah, you're acting like Paro in this moment.
Right.
Maybe.
Right. You created an idol. It's wordplay, but it's fascinating.
Mhm.
Okay, there was one more ingredient that I think is really like the most essential ingredient in all of the golden calf, which is that it takes the place of God. They say, "Eila Elokecha Yisrael, asher halucha me'eretz Mitzrayim." This is your God Israel who took you out of Egypt. So, is there any time where we see Joseph taking the place of God?
So when you were listing the ingredients and we got to that one, my heart almost kind of thudded because the end of Genesis, when Joseph and the brothers meet up and they're overcome and they're really just thinking about the past few decades, and I think they're just in this state of just utter shock and not really sure how to move forward. And one of the ways I think that Joseph tries to calm them down is by saying, "Hatachet Elokim," like Anochi.
Yeah. So let's look at the verses, right? So in Genesis, we'll start in Genesis 45, verse 5. This is right after Joseph reveals himself to the brothers. And as you said, they're in a state of shock. And he says, Al te'atzvu v'al yichar b'nechem. Like, don't be distressed, don't reproach yourselves. Ki mechartem oti hena, because you have sold me here. Ki l'mechya shlachani Elokim lefnechem, right? Because God has actually sent me ahead in order to provide food for you, and so that you can come down here, I can take care of you. In other words,
Yeah. So you can kind of read this as like Joseph saying, it was all for the best. It's all okay. This was God's master plan, kind of assuaging the brothers of their guilt.
right. And then a few verses later in verse 8, he says, Vatha lo atem shlachtam oti hena. Right? You did not send me here. Ki ha'elokim. Right? God's the one who sent me here. But you mentioned something else, because Joseph tries to make this point to the brothers. He tries to explain to them, this is all part of God's plan. Like, it wasn't your fault. Like, it wasn't like God is the master puppeteer pulling all the strings. But this message seems not to fully get through to them.
Yes.
Because way later, at the very end of Genesis, after Jacob dies.
That's right. They come back to Joseph, and I think they're so worried that now that dad has passed on, now the revenge is going to happen. And they almost seem beside themselves. And they either lie or they're sharing with Joseph a conversation that he wasn't party to, which is basically telling Joseph, oh, before dad died, he wanted us to resolve things. He wanted us to forgive each other, to forgive and forget and move on. And it's that in that context, I think that Joseph says that line that I was alluding to earlier, "Hatachet Elokim anochi."
Yeah, exactly. So let's look at Genesis chapter 50, verse 17.
Okay.
Right? They give this message in the name of their late father Jacob, and they say, "Ana sana et pesha achacha v'chatatam." Please now forgive the sins of your brother and their iniquity. It almost, that these language like sana pesha chatatam. It almost sounds like they're doing like slichot. Right? It's like they're like on Yom Kippur, like, please, oh great master, forgive us.
Yeah.
And they go even further. And vilchu gam achiv vayaplu lefanav vayamru hinenu lecha lavadim. They come before Joseph. They throw themselves before him and said, "We're going to be servants to you. Just don't kill us. Like, let us be servants to you."
I would take it a step further and say, "We're your slaves." Not just
not even
servants.
servants, right? Slaves. Like, we're, you're a master. We're your slaves. Like, and Joseph is like taken aback by this. In verse 19, as you said, right, Joseph responds, "Ki atachat Elokim anochi?" Like, am I in place of God? By itself, this might not seem like such a big deal. But when you read it, first of all, in the context of everything that Joseph's already said to the brothers of, you didn't send me here.
Sorry about that. Forgot I had myself muted. So sorry about that, but y'all have any thoughts?
Am I in?
Yeah.
Okay. My phone is lying to me then. So you had said other name of Asherah was Atara.
So I mean, whether it's a name or like whether it's a name or a title is kind of debated. But so like the name Atirat, Rabat Atirat Yami means lady, either Lady Atirat of the sea or the lady who treads upon the sea.
Walks on water.
Basically, which is interesting because, well, where do we see that motif picked up on?
Is there another root word involved there than the one for Asherah then?
Yeah, here. Let's see if I can find it. BDB online. All right, here, check this out. So the root would be Ayin Tafresh. Sorry, you were saying?
I was thinking the other connection there between her walking on water and the Christ is both being the morning star as far as back to Inanna.
Yeah. Let's see. Sorry, I think. Oh no, it is an Ayin. Okay. Atar. Here. To pray, supplicate, always to God, be supplicated and treated, make supplication, atar, be abundant, ateret, abundance, eter, perhaps, doesn't say, incense, odor. So I'm not sure about the exact context, but I have a feeling that it might have something to do with like the odor which like goes above.
Well, they all see
No.
some aspect of worship in a way, and then the
Yeah.
abundance as far as motherhood.
Slaughter for sacrifice. Let's see. If I can find anything else, would it be maybe with the tet? Atan, atuf, atar. Here's another atar. To surround, a wreath, a teret, a crown, or make atar. Eteru, spare or rescue. Katsina, ratzon, ta'aterenu. With the shield with favor wilt thou surround him. Otrim el David, surrounding David. Atera, crown or wreath of an idol image of a king or queen. Crown of splendor. Atara, crown. Atarat,
Like a tiara.
yeah.
For that.
Atarat
And,
shofan.
A toroid is like a toral, toroid form relating with the horns, but all the way looped.
Interesting.
And the early Sumerian gods were depicted with the horned headdress.
Oh yeah. Let's see, is there anyway, but yeah, so basically you either have the lady who treads upon the sea or lady Atirat of the sea.
With
So
the
it's
being the feminine.
no. It would be so Atira. So like the last part of it. So Atir is the root. Atir or Atirat, like at the end, but not Atirat. So like in Atirat you have ear, at. So you have two ats, but they're spelled differently. They're two different meanings. Anyway, let's get back to where was it? Trying to find where it was. Oh, here it is.
God did this. This is all part of God's master plan. And then you add in the golden calf, and which I think is what Chazal are trying to draw our attention to. You realize, like, wait a minute, this is a big deal, right? Like, treating someone like they're God, like that's what the golden calf was. That was terrible. I think all of this is really just leading us to ask,
Oh, that's kind of
how could the brothers have done such a terrible thing in treating Joseph like a god, or like replacing God with Joseph, basically treating him like a golden calf? And what makes this question,
that's kind of interesting. The deification of a human, like the connection with the story of another son of Joseph. Like, you've got to admit that's interesting. This idea of like worshiping something in place of God, and the connection with the golden calf as Joseph.
Yeah, the other connection that I see is the idea of Joseph as the, Egyptian, as the, the second to Pharaoh, with the idea of, the Pharaoh being a god man, with that being, then attributed to Joseph as well.
Oh, yeah, interesting parallel. I really like that.
even more surprising and even greater is, think about where this story started. Think about their relationship with Joseph way back in Parshah Vayigash when we started reading the story.
They wanted to kill him. This is an incredibly extreme difference.
It's like a 180 flip. Neither of them are good. They're both pretty bad. You don't want to kill them. You don't want to treat them like God. But like, how did it go from one to another? And like, I know the steps that I know A led to B led to C. The story and how the progression went. But when you stop looking at the trees and you zoom out and look at the whole forest, that's a really remarkable 180 flip.
Yeah. We know so much about the plot twists, but what's going on emotionally, psychologically is a mystery.
Right. So if Joseph really it was an earlier version of the golden calf, right, then maybe we can look at the golden calf and try to understand that story. And maybe understanding the story of the golden calf will help us understand the story of Joseph. When you stop looking at the trees and you zoom out and look at the whole forest, that's a really remarkable 180 flip.
Yeah. We know so much about the plot twists, but what's going on emotionally, psychologically is a mystery.
Right. So if Joseph really it was an earlier version of the golden calf, right, then maybe we can look at the golden calf and try to understand that story. And maybe understanding the story of the golden calf will help us understand the story of Joseph.
That's great. Like all good intertextual studies,
Right.
both stories can help us understand each in a clearer way.
So truth is, I think we can ask a really similar question about the golden calf. In fact, I would say it's probably the question that anyone has to ask when reading the story of the golden calf, which is, how could they do such a thing, especially after experiencing the Exodus? They went so far as to say in Exodus chapter 32, verse 4, "Ela Elokecha Yisrael," this is your God, Israel, shehalucha me'eretz Mitzrayim, who took you out of the land of Egypt. How could they say such a thing? How could they just replace God so easily? And how could they think that this man-made idol was their God? It sounds absurd.
Yeah, it really does.
So to me, Rav Hirsch has really a great answer to this, which is that the actual sin wasn't making the golden calf.
Okay.
The actual sin was back in chapter 32, verse 1, when they said, "Ki zeh Moshe ha'ish," this man Moses, "asher halucha me'eretz Mitzrayim," who took us out of Egypt. Lo yadanu mahayala, we don't know where he is. This man Moses, who took us out of Egypt. Right? This here was the real root of their sin. They never fully appreciated God's role in bringing them out of Egypt. And they attributed that to Moses. Right? And so then naturally, right, now that Moses is gone, they need to replace him. And, better to replace Moses with, someone who's not going to wander off on you and, disappear on top of a mountain. So a statue is a good replacement. But they weren't replacing God. They were replacing Moses. The real sin of the golden calf is that they never appreciated God's role in taking them out of Egypt. So how does this explain our question in the Joseph story about how the brothers acted? Right? Remember, Chazal are suggesting that Joseph was the original golden calf. Then there should be a parallel here. So, Adina, if the problem of the golden calf was the Israelites failing to see God's hand in bringing them out of Egypt. What may have been the problem in the Joseph story?
Yeah, I think the problem that emerges is their failure to see God's hand in bringing them to Egypt, and
Right,
their, I think,
exactly.
resistance to seeing that grand master plan, and to join Joseph in having this panoramic view of the steps leading up to this.
Exactly, right? And as we read before, right, Joseph tries to tell them, Lo atem shlachtamoti hina, ki Elokim, right? You were not the ones who sent me here. You thought you were, but we were
Right.
all just puppets and part of God's plan.
Right.
And of course, the brothers, they never really appreciate that. Till the very end, they have trouble appreciating that. You know, in last year's Vayishev episode, Daniel and I actually talked about how this really seems to be the whole journey of Joseph's life is actually about realizing that God is the master puppeteer, orchestrating all these crazy events of his life. And I think in the beginning he really doesn't. And I think one thing you see at the end is that really he does learn this, and he becomes the champion of this message. And I think that's really one of Joseph's crowning achievements, at least in terms of his personal growth, is learning to really see the hand of God in his life. And you know, there is no real end of the story here, right? It doesn't say that the brothers responded, "Oh, Joseph, see you're right." And I would at least hope that maybe some of this message of Joseph got through to the next generation, and maybe made that 210 years in Egypt a little bit more bearable.
I think certainly Moshe's actions in bringing his bones out of Egypt is almost meant to be a reminder to the nation as they're trekking through the wilderness at every step of the way. Hey, God's hand, God's hand. I'm almost imagining, you know, through that journey through the wilderness, there's this casket that they see, you know, very visibly kind of
Wow.
on their caravan, and they're almost meant to look at it and realize that man who saw God's hand in everything, we need to take him back to the land. We need to restore him back to the land. It's almost like a symbol of, he stood for, I see God's hand in my life. We need to realize that we see God's hand in our lives as well.
Adina, I'm like literally getting chills as you're saying that. It's so powerful. Like, that's totally right. Like, they were carrying this casket of Joseph with them as they left Egypt, right? And it was important for them to take his casket with them as a reminder of this lesson that Joseph stood for. Like, this was his last message. His last thing he says to them is like, remember, this is part of God's plan. He is bringing you here.
Yeah. And I just realized something else, which is it's Joseph himself who has the foresight to insist that his bones are taken out, right? He makes them swear that when you leave, and I know you will, take my bones out with you.
Adina, there was something I wasn't planning on bringing up here, but
Interesting.
I can't help but flash to the idea that they're doing Weekend with Bernie stuff with Joseph's corpse.
Yeah, maybe that's why it's like, oh, here's this prophecy from Joseph's body. Anyway, on that note, let's get into it. Where is... Okay, here.
The mummy? Is he a mummy?
Maybe.
He was a high-ranking Egyptian official. They usually became mummies.
Anyway. Baruchu et Adonai hamvorach, Baruch Adonai barach leolam vaed, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, Asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, Venatan lanu et Torato, Baruch atah Adonai Noten HaTorah. Wait, and then we're on 40. What is it? Table of contents. Vayigash. All right. Vayigash elav Yehuda, Vayomer bi'adoni yedaber na e'avdecha davar be'oznei Adoni ve'al yicharafecha ve'avdecha ki kamocha Keparo Adoni shal et avadav leomer hayesh לכם אבואך, ונאמר אל אדוני, יש לנו אב זקן, וילד זקונים קטן, ואחייו מת ויוותר הוא לבדו, לאמו ואביו ואהובו. ותאמר אל עבדיך, הורידוהו אליו והשימה עיני עליו. ונאמר אל אדוני, לא יוכל הנוער העזוב את אביו, ועזב את אביו ומת. And he approached him, and Judah approached him, and he said, if my let's see, my Lord, please allow in me to declare to your servant, allow your servant to declare this thing into the ears of my Lord, and do not grow wrathful, and do not let your face grow wrathful in your servant, because you are like Pharaoh, as you are like Pharaoh. My Lord asks to his servants, saying, there is for you all. You all have a father or a brother. V'nomer el Adon. Oh wait, no. V'nomer el Adoni, and they said to, and we said to my Lord, we have a father, an elderly father, and v'yeled zakunim, and there's a child of his old age, our small brother, met vaiter, and his brother, his full brother died, and he is by himself, and his mother, for his mother and for his father loved him, for he's alone left of his mother. For he alone is for his mother. Okay. Sorry, I'm honestly kind of tired, but I wanted to do it still. And you said to your servant, Haride, who you go down, or no, bring him down to me, the Ashima, and I will place my eyes upon him. So what's interesting is Ashima. This name is also, let me see if I can find anything on that, but have you ever heard of this term ever before?
Mm-mm.
So Ashima was actually a Canaanite goddess.
Mm-hmm.
I know the Eye of Ashima.
What do you mean?
That's a song that's an album by Camper Van Beethoven. No, that's Eye of Fatima. My bad.
Ashima.
What I immediately think of with the Ashima is a tie to Asha, which is Zoroastrian. Their version of Dharma and Mat.
Interesting. Yeah, I can't find a whole lot on this, but there definitely was.
Is it a feminine plural with the im?
No, Ashima. The im has to be at the end, so it would be like Ashimim for what you're talking about. Anyway, I'll place my eyes upon him, and we said to my Lord, we are not able to the youth. We're not able to cause the youth to leave his father and to leave um um because but if he were to leave his father, he would die. ותאמר אל עבדיך, אם לא ירד אחיכם הקטן איתכם, לא תספון לראות פני, ויהי כי גלינו אל עבדיך אביב הנגד, לא את דברי אדוני, ויאמר אבינו שברו לנו מעט אוכל, ונאמר לא נוכל לרדת אם יש אחינו הקטן איתנו, וירדנו כי לא נוכל לראות פני האיש ואחינו הקטן איננו איתנו. ויאמר עבדך אבי עלינו, אתם ידעתם כי שניים ילדה לי אשתי. And he said to his servant, if you do not go down, if you do not bring your brother, all you all's brother down, the youngest brother with you down, you will not tasfun lirot, you will not tasfun, you will not increase to see my face. You'll basically, if you don't let me see your youngest brother, you won't see my face. It's interesting. It doesn't say the face of your youngest brother. So it's interesting that it doesn't have that parallel. At least a direct parallel.
So what was that Ashima part earlier? What was that saying?
It doesn't say anything about that, but I just picked it out because I know the name.
But I mean, what was it referring to within that passage?
Oh, I will set my eyes upon. Ashima means I will set or I will place, which it can also make sense because a goddess of fate would say that I will set, like, I will set the fate.
Yeah, Ariel was picking up on a wordplay.
I see. But you had said there was a reference to an Atima, which if it is the goddess name play, that the Atima could fit.
Ashima would become Atima, but it wouldn't become Atimat. It would just be Atima if you were to shift it. But the possible connection is because Ashima has Shem in it, and Shem means name or renown or fate. But anyway, let's continue. So, and so it was that when we went up to our when your servants of the when your servant when we went up to your servant our father and Vinagad and like told him to him the things of my Lord, Vayomer Avinu. Our father said, Shuvu, return, Shivru, and get and purchase wheat or purchase grain for us, Me'at Ochav, for a little bit for food. Vanomer lo nuchal. And we said, we are not able to Laredet to go down, Imiesh, if if our youngest brother is unless our youngest brother is with us, and and we cannot go down. We're not able to go down to see the face of the man. And if not, we cannot go down. Okay, to see the face of the man. And our youngest brother, Enenu Itana, if our youngest brother is not with us. Vayomer. Wait, where did I start again? It was Panai. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I read until this. Okay. And he said, and your servant, my father, said to us, you know that Shnaim Yalda Li, that I have, you know that my wife bore to me 2 children, or two sons. Vayetze ha'echad me'tiva u'maharach toraf velo ra'iti ad hena ulekachtem gam et ze me'im Panai v'karahu ason horadetem et shevati bara she'ola ve'ata kevoi elavdecha avi והנער עינינו איתנו ונפשו קשורה בנפשו. And the one has gone from me, and I said, thus he has surely been preyed upon by a beast, and was not seen until now. Oh, and I have not seen him until now. Which is interesting. He doesn't say that he's dead. Here it says, ulekachtem. And if you take gametze, if you also take this, or if you also take him, or this one, me'im, from me, from my face, v'karahu ason, and he encounters ason, disaster or misfortune, v'horadetem et shevati be'era she'ola. Then I will go down et shevati in my old age, berat, in trouble or in evil, to Sheol. And now kavoi, and now as I come to your servant, my father, and the youth, enenu itanu, and as I come to and as your servant and as I come to your servant, my father, and the youth, without us. And now I come to And now I come. Wait. Oh, now if I come to your servant, my father and the boy is not with. I'm just going to read what it says. Is not with us. And nafsho and his body kashura. But his body or his own life is kashura is bound up binafsho. Wait, since his own life is so bound up with it, it's not very clear. And do y'all have any thoughts? I need to take another quick break.
And is this the younger brother that? Not clear to me.
Yeah, it's talking about Benjamin and I think Jacob.
So Benjamin has gone missing or died.
No, Joseph went missing and died, and he hasn't seen Joseph ever since. He fears Joseph has been killed by a beast.
So this is going back in the story.
Yeah, they're throwing back there as to why they're resistant in sending Benjamin, because it's basically Joseph had two sons through Rachel, and one of them was Joseph, and the other one was Benjamin, and she died giving birth to Benjamin, and Joseph's now missing, and he doesn't want to give up Benjamin.
But I mean, this is another case of it going back further in the story before Egypt.
Yeah, it's that's how Joseph got to Egypt, was they
Yeah. But I mean, it's like a restart of the story.
Well, it's more of they're using what happened in the story as the reason why they don't want to
Oh,
separate Benjamin and Jacob. Jacob doesn't want to be separated from his Benjamin.
yeah, because they still haven't figured out yet that he's Joseph.
Right.
What were some of the words that are going on with the body that you were saying at the end?
Ariel's on his break. I was going to say, I can't fill that in for you. I don't know. Yeah, I'd never heard the tie into the golden calf before and the link to Joseph. Had you, Zero?
No.
Oh, I am back. So to answer your question, the word for body or life is nafsho, or his body or his soul. Literally, like nefesh, it means like it's the part of the soul that's connected to the living body. So it's this idea that once you die, your nefesh is gone. So it's like the bodily soul as opposed to like the part of the soul that transcends death.
And so, how does so there is a concept of eternal soul?
Depends on how you define that, but also,
And therefore afterlife.
I mean, it's tricky, but also just real quick, Lazarus said, Father Stephen DeYoung's going through Genesis right now in his podcast. Bet he'll cover references to Elohim's. Nice. But like the thing is, the idea of an eternal soul, it's tricky because in a way it could be argued that the eternal part of the soul is a part that is part of God in some ways. but then there's also parts that get like reincarnate. But again, it's not explicit within the Hebrew Bible.
Well, how much of it could also be the offspring, the children, the seed, because that's a recurring theme.
True, but like there is this idea of the nephesh being the individual, that it's this thing that, like, if all souls are connected, but not all bodies are in the same way, it's almost like the nephesh is part of the individual.
Okay.
So here, let me find the stream again. What we're listening to.
But now that we're talking about this, I have to. We're talking about Joseph's final message to the Jewish people, to the Israelites, that that this message of God is the one behind all of this. God's the one who brought you here. That God's the one who's going to take you out. And there's one phrase which really becomes, it almost becomes like Joseph's like catchphrase, and the last phrase that he's like remembered for, which is "Pakod yifkod etchem." That God will surely redeem you. Pakod
Yes.
yifkod. He says that multiple times, and not just does he say "Pakod yifkod etchem," but he says "Valitem etchem min haaretz hazot," and God's going to take you up from this land, al aretz shenishba la'Avraham, li'Yitzchak, li'Yaakov, to the land which he promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That word pakod, a double word pakod, actually comes up in the golden calf episode. At the end of the story, God says, he's actually talking about how he's going to punish people, and it's a totally different meaning. And he says, "B'yom pakdi ufakadati aleihem et chatatam," which means like on the day of my
reckoning.
Remembering, I will remember the sins. But like the literal meaning aside, here we have that double language of pakod again, and that's recalling that final message of Joseph. And the very next chapter starts off, God tells Moses, "Alei mizeh," right? Get up from here. Ata va'am asher halita me'eretz Mitzrayim el haaretz asher nishba la'Avraham u'Yitzchak u'Yaakov. That same exact phrase, together with this double language of pakod, which is recalling Joseph's message at the end of his life. And that message for that generation, and I think really for all future generations, is God is behind it all. God's what brought you here. God's what who's going to take you out. Anytime in your life that you feel lost, or you feel alone, or you feel like, it just doesn't make any sense, right? Like, God behind it all.
It's kind of interesting because, like, on one hand, if you believe, like, I feel like there's people who they either believe that everything's completely chaotic, they either believe that, or that, there's secret people in high places responsible for everything being the way it is, or they believe that God's responsible. But it seems like there's very little that people believe it's not one of the extremes. You know what I mean?
Well, a lot of that is avoiding any personal responsibility for problems.
Oh, yeah. It seems like the obvious answer would be that in some ways you're responsible for, well, again, I think that can be taken to abusive levels, but basically then some way, shape, or form what happens to you is a result of what you do, regardless of whether it's knowing or unknowing.
Well, I mean, regardless of the situation, you're part of the problem, if only because you're in the middle of it.
That's coldly dark, but you're right.
Yeah, I get fatalistic at times. It has to do with age.
What's my excuse?
I don't know.
There was that goddess of fate earlier. Was there only one of them?
Ashima.
Wasn't like the three fates?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, the triple goddess is a different concept.
You do have this idea of like the Pleiades, the seven sisters. They're was it Kotarot or something? I forget exactly though.
So Osiris, if there the thing about the taking the casket or the sarcophagus or the mummy back to the homeland, that would kind of be the reverse direction from going west into the underworld. So seemingly going east would maybe be the rebirth idea. I don't know, sort of in there.
Oh, that's a cool like thing to draw out.
Let's be real. Life can get tough to say the least, and especially without someone to talk to. And as
If you were building a new town or city, what's the first structure that you would put up? You might be thinking that my answer is going to be a synagogue, but it's not. We learn the answer from Parshat Vayigash. Yaakov and his family, 70 souls in all, are on their way to Egypt, where Yaakov will be reunited with his son Yosef, whom he had not seen for 22 long years. And the Torah tells us, Ve'et Yehuda shalach lefanav el Yosef, lehorot lefanav Goshna. Yaakov sent Yehuda ahead of the family to Yosef to show Yaakov the way to Goshen. Now, this doesn't seem to make sense, because if Yehuda was going to show Yaakov the way, he would need to be alongside him. If he's a few days of journey ahead of him, how's he going to show him the way? So the Midrash in Breshit Rabbah, as brought down by Rashi, says, L'takein lo beit Talmud, shemisham teitzei hora'ah. Yaakov asked Yehuda to open a school so that education should flow from it. You see, the term lahorot means to show the way, but it also means to teach. Yaakov wanted to guarantee that on the very first day on which the family would arrive in Goshen, the children would have a school to go to. He knew that they were coming into an alien Egyptian environment. In the course of time, the people would integrate into Egyptian society, but it would always be crucially important for them to retain their own independent identity, for them to be rooted in their own faith, loyal to their own traditions, and also important that they should remember how central the land of Israel should always be in their lives. And the way to achieve all of this was to be through a solid and comprehensive education. During this coming week, we'll be fasting on Asara B'Tevet, a fast which records the beginning of all those tragedies which led eventually to the destruction of our temple. And in anticipation of that tragedy, Rabban Yochanan ben Zakkai famously met up with Vespasian, the Roman governor, and he asked him, Tein li Yavne v'chachameha, please guarantee that as soon as Jerusalem will be destroyed, the Jewish people will have a school in Yavne so that they can go there in order to learn about their tradition. In the absence of Jewish education, there can be no Jewish future. Every key term relating to the books that we learn and those who teach them all mean one thing, and that is learning. Torah, from that same word hora'ah, which is to study. Mishnah means to learn. Talmud, to learn. Gemara, it's the Aramaic for learning. A teacher is moreh. A parent is horeh. Everything is centered around the centrality and crucial importance of learning. With this in mind, the name that we give to our houses of prayer is shul, coming from the German meaning school. Yes, it's a place where we daven to Hashem. Yes, it's a place where we congregate socially as a community. But primarily, it needs to be a shul, a school, a place of learning. All the way back, Yaakov Avinu taught us a crucial lesson for Jewish survival. Successful Jewish communities are those which establish successful institutes for Jewish education. Shabbat Shalom.
You're muted, but I wanted to get the comment in here that I didn't realize Judah was a master builder.
What
Because
do you mean?
he was only a few days ahead of Jacob, and he was able to build an entire school in a few days. That's impressive.
Oh yeah, maybe he was a mason.
Yeah.
Well, that could just be setting up a chalkboard, right? Nothing else.
Yeah, just clear a field to use as a whiteboard.
Turn over a couple logs for some benches or something.
I was gonna say they got a lot of sand to use as their sketching pad.
Sand, it gets everywhere.
You know, once you get Egyptian sand in your pack, you're doomed to come back.
What? Oh, because you might realize there's gold in some of the sand, and then you realize, oh, maybe I owe this to the pharaoh. Oh, dang. One second.
The I don't know. It was kind of out of the video, not out of the text that we're in, but I was just wondering about that reference to the casket of Joseph going back to the homeland, whether it related to mummy or sarcophagus or any of the Egyptians. Because there's a difference, isn't there, as far as burial rites? Is the Jewish kind of like the Islamic with an immediate burial?
More or less, yeah. Within 3 days.
And then you go back a year later and collect the bones and put it in the ossuary.
Wait, what?
That was the traditional way it worked. Was you put the body into the tomb for a year, and then you went back a year later and you collected the remains and put that in the ossuary.
Yeah, but that's not really within modernity. How it's done now is it's just a year later they actually put the headstone on the grave.
Okay, they kept up that tradition. No, I was talking about what they would have been doing in Joseph's day.
Yeah, and that kind of harkens back to the places like 𝐤𝐅𐤂�� with the ancestors being buried under the house, and later they would go bring out the skulls, put it on the altar of the ancestors, and put clay and reform the face.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Where were we here? So we'll go to 40 now. והיה קרא אותו כי אין הנוער ומת והורידו עבדיך את שיבת עבדך אבינו ביגון שאולה כי עבדך ערב את הנוער מי מביא לאומר אם לא אבינו עליך וחטאתי אותי לאבי כל הימים ואתה יושב נעבדך תחת הנוער ולאדוני והנוער יל עמך אף כי יחלה אל אבי והנער איננו איתי פן אראה בהרה אשר ימצא את אבי ולא יכול יוסף הרנית ההפק לכל הניצבים עליו ויקרא הוציאו כל איש מעלי ולא עמד איש איתו והתוודע יוסף אל אחייו והיה ייתן את קולו בבכי וישמעו מצרים וישמע בית פרעה ויאמר יוסף אל אחיו אני יוסף העוד אביך ולא יכלו חייו לענות אותו כי נבהל לו מפניו ויאמר יוסף אל אחיו גשו נא אלי ויגשו ויאמר אני יוסף אחיכם אשר מכרתם אותי מצרימה ועתה אל תעצבו ואל יכער בעיניכם כי מכרתם אותי הנה כי למחיה שלחני אלוהים לפניכם כי זה שנתיים הרעב בקרב הארץ בעוד 5 שנים אשר אין חריש והקציר וישלחני אלוהים לפניכם לשום לכם שארית בארץ ולהחיות לכם לפליטה גדולה ועתה לא אתם שלחתם אותי הנה כי האלוהים וישימני להב לפרעה ולאדון לכל ביתו ומשואל בכל ארץ מצרים מהרו ועלו אל אבי אמרתם עליו כה אמר בנך יוסף שמעני אלוהים לאדון לכל מצרים רדה אלי אתה עומד וישבת בארץ גושן והיית קרוב אלי אתה ובניך ובני בניך וצאנך ובקרך וכל אשר לך ושלום. Let's see, so we're at and as when he sees that the youth is all right, so he's saying, so if I come to your servant my father and the boy's not with us, since Benjamin's life is bound up with Jacob's, and as he sees that the youth is dead, that the youth is not there, he will die and your servant will go down in gray hair. Your servant, our father, Beyagon, in grief to Sheol, because your servant Arav has pledged the youth. Has pledged to the youth from my father, saying, if you do not have Avienu, Avienu. Let's see. If not, like if I do not do this, my father Enu. What is Avienu? Oh, Alecha. If this is not Avi, I will bring upon us Alecha to you v'chatoti, like, and my sins, Lavi, to my father all my days. It says, if I do not bring him back to you, I shall stand guilty before my father forever. Yeah, I'm too tired to fully get this. Let's see. And now Yeshevna. Let's see. And now please let allow your servant to stay in place of the youth, and he will be a slave to be a slave to my lord, and the youth will come with, or be a will go up with his fathers. Because how? For how can I go up to my father, but the youth is not with me, lest barov or bara, lest I cause evil to come, lest I witness evil that was searching for my father. I don't know. V'lo yochol Yosef, and Joseph was not able to to like maintain himself before all his attendants that were upon him. And he cried out, "Hotziu, leave, Kolish, every man malai from upon me, and do not and a man will not stand ito with him, behitavda, so that there was no one, behitavda, no one, so that just no one in his knowledge, so there was no one informed of Joseph to informing about Joseph to his brothers. So there was no one about, I don't know. So there was no one around to hear or to know what about Joseph and his brothers. And he gave his voice, bivechi, and he yielded his voice in his weepings, or in his sobbings, Vayishmeu, and they were heard by the Egyptians, Vayishma Beit Paro, and they even were heard by the house of Pharaoh. Vayomer Yosef, and Joseph said, El Echayav, to his brothers, Ani Yosef, I am Joseph, Ha'oda Vichai, does my father still live? Velo Yachalu Echayav Le'anot, and his brothers were not able to answer him, because Nivhalo Mifanav, because Nival Bahal, because they were disturbed from upon their faces, or from they were astonished from before him, or on account of him. Vayomer Yosef, and Joseph said to his brother Elachayav, to his brothers, Gashu na Gash, Nagash. It's also from the root of Vayigash, which means to approach. So please, you all please approach Eli to me. Vayigashu, and they approached Vayomer Ani, and he said, I am Yosef Achichem, my brothers, or wait, achichem. Wait, I am Joseph, and his brothers that and you are my brothers that sold me to the Egyptians, or literally to Egypt, sold me into Egypt. Vata, and now al te'atzvu, and now do not fear, or do not be concerned, do not grieve, do not be vexed. Ve'al yichar, and do not be angry. Be'enechem, in your own eyes. Ki mechartem, because you sold oti me. Hena, sold me here. You sold me here. Hannah, I just want to make sure. Sold me here, now, hither. Ki limchaya, because for the sustenance or preservation of life, Shalchani, I have been sent, Elohim lifnechem, I've been sent by Elohim to before you, or ahead of you. So this is interesting. It's like now they just got revealed as Joseph, and they're like, and now we remember why we wanted to sell him off. He can't stop talking about his dreams and how he's blessed and all, how he's the chosen one. And he's like, dude, I'm just trying to help you out, guys. It's not my fault that your egos aren't letting you just be thankful.
Well, he did have a good punked episode there on him. One of the things I picked up on there is they kept referring to Jacob as Pharaoh's servant. Is that some indication of him being like a client king to Egypt at the time?
I don't know, but they also refer to themselves as his servant. So it's not just their father.
Gotcha.
Yeah, interesting thought there. Let's see, where are we at? Kizesh Natayim Hara'av, because this is the second year of the famine that is in the midst of the land, and five ve'od chamesh shanim, and 5 more years that are without charish, that are without plowing, ve'katzir, and without harvest. Vayishlacheni, and he sent, and Elohim sent me lifnechem, to ahead of you, lashum, to establish lachem, for you, she'erit, a remnant, or a refuge, residue, remainder, like a remainder in the be'aretz, in the land, ulehachayot, and to live, lachem, to live for, and to preserve the life, to preserve your lives, lifleita, for a great escape, or a great deliverance. Interesting. So this is almost like it's an exodus from Canaan. I never thought of it that way. But it totally is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what is it, the Manetho that has the whole scenario that the Egyptians kind of colonized, founded Judea?
I personally don't buy into Manetho.
Yeah, but I mean, there's like a couple of views which direction, and who's the villain and who's the good one and all that.
Well, the answer to that depends on who's writing the story. Whoever's writing the story, the other guy's the villain.
Yeah.
47. All right, cool. So we're getting close. So let's see. Ve'ata lo atem, and now you are not shalachtem, and now you are not. Wait, and now you have not been sent to me here because of Elohim vayashimenu. Wait, ve'ata, and now, wait, and so, lo atem, it was not you, shalachtem, that sent me, shalachtem oti hena, ki ha'elohim, but God, because God, vayishmeni, set, or like appointed me, le'av le'paro, to be, a father to Pharaoh. What on earth? It almost feels like here it's saying this idea that he's a god, because if the pharaohs were the child of the gods, but to be for a father to Pharaoh, uleodon, and to a lord, lechol beito, to all his house. It seems like it's kind of echoing this idea. Umoshel bechol eretz Mitzrayim, and to judge and to rule over all the land of Egypt. Maharu ve'alu, and quickly he went up to his father and said to them, and they said to, and they went, and they quickly went up to their father, and they said to him, thus, Bana Amar Binecha, thus your son Joseph said, Shamani, Shamani Elohim, Elohim has set me up as Leadon, for Lord in all of Egypt. Rada Elai, like go down to me, Al Taomed, and without stopping, or without remaining. Vayashavta be'eretz Goshen, and he dwelled in the land of Goshen. And you will dwell in the land of Goshen. V'hayita karov elai, and you will be close to me. Ata uvenecha, you and your sons. Ubnei banecha, and your sons, and and my sons and your sons, vitzaonecha ubikirbecha v'chol asher lecha, and your herd, or your flock, will be in your midst. Ubikirbecha, and your flocks, and your cattle, and all that is yours. So we'll take a quick break here.
So father to Pharaoh seems to maybe indicate a continued bloodline in Egypt.
What do you mean?
If he had his wife and kids in Egypt, he dies in Egypt, a continued bloodline that could feed into and produce a pharaoh.
Maybe. I'm just honestly, I'm kind of getting really tired, so we're going to finish this up soon, but I'm not able to fully engage with that. Sorry, one more time.
Father to Pharaoh, his Joseph's bloodline could still be in the high house of Egypt.
I don't see that personally, but again, it could just be them tired. Let's see, what can I find?
Because it's his casket that's taken back, right? Not necessarily his family.
What do you mean?
If he still has his family, his wife and offspring
Oh, sorry.
that remain in Egypt.
No, I don't think they remain.
Seems like it could lay in a bit of a claim over the throne of Egypt. Kind of a Merovingian type of.
Let's see.
And I don't know, and then the Moses situation coming out later.
Let's see what I can find. All right, here, find something.
There was that one phrase you seemed to say, Shaman Elohim, or
What?
seemed like there was that one phrase you said something like Shaman Elohim.
Oh, Shamani.
Money.
What about?
I don't know. You just kind of, sounded like a title or something.
No, Shamani means I've been placed.
Oh, it's kind of that fate thing again.
Yeah. Or like I've been set up. All right, so or established.
232. Top of page 232. Vayar Yaakov ki yesh shever b'Mitzrayim. Yaakov sees that there are provisions. The article translated as provisions in Mitzrayim. And Yaakov senses that this is where his deliverance is going to be from his life full of grief. So he decides to send the brothers down, sends the brothers down to Egypt, but he doesn't send Binyamin with. He doesn't send Binyamin with. Take a look at Pasuk Dalet. There's Binyamin Achi Yosef. Binyamin, Yosef's brother. That means it's his brother from Rachel, as opposed to the brother from another mother. This is his brother. This is his brother from his same mother. Lo shalach Yaakov es echav. He did not send Binyamin with. Ki amar peni kerenu aso. And he said, "Oy, if I send him with, maybe a tragedy will take place." Yaakov says, "I can't send Binyamin with because maybe a tragedy will take place." So maybe a disaster. The article translates as a disaster. Maybe a disaster will happen. So Rashi asks, "What do you mean? Well, maybe a disaster will happen. On the way to Egypt, a disaster will happen. Can't there be any disaster in Eretz Yisrael? What about over here?" So it brings us to an interesting subject. So Rashi says because the Satan is mekatreg b'shas hasagana. The Satan prosecutes during a time of danger. He prosecutes. That means there are certain things that are considered inherently dangerous in life. The Gemara says travel is inherent. There's an inherent danger in traveling. Either if someone travels by sea, travels by desert. There's the danger of highwaymen, robbers, somebody accosting him, and certainly in the ancient world where you had large patches, large stretches of uninhabited land that people traveled to, there was lawlessness. That's why in the old days they called it the Wild West. When the Americans were settling the West, there's very little law and order. So there's an inherent danger in travel. Travel brings a danger with it. You know that the Gemara says that the Gemara talks about different professions. The Gemara says merchants, sea merchants, for the most part, are righteous.
Oh, so,
sea merchants.
And what's the word they use for this? Canaan.
Guys, while they're raising the masts, says that merchants are saponim ruban chasidim. Most of them are chasidim. Chasidim doesn't mean they wear shtreimels.
It's saponim, not so. It's saying the people on ships, literally.
For the most part, are
But
pipes.
that's sailors, not necessarily sea merchants.
What's the danger? They're off at sea. So they're always praying. They're very connected to God. That's what the Gemara says. I'm just saying. It's not the Gemara says you're off at sea. Also, there's a storm at sea. And I once read. Do you know how many sea vessels? They estimate since the beginning of time to be at the bottom of the ocean, the various seas and oceans in the world? How many seafaring vessels do they estimate to have sunk since the beginning of sea travel? I think a wild guess. 3 million. 3 million.
When was the beginning?
I guess since Adam Harishon. I'm not sure who the first sea traveler was. It wasn't Columbus. They were traveling before Columbus. But they estimate 3 million. Okay, that may include, canoes out in the island somewhere. But they're a massive amount because it was a dangerous profession. The sea starts to get stormy, and people are lost at sea. There are shipwrecks all the time, that sort of thing. So when a person's in a situation of danger, there's a special prosecution against them. It means if he be in a normal circumstance, he's safe, he's at home, then there's one sort of way that God relates to him a certain way, for lack of a better term. When he puts himself in a situation of danger, so then a special key trick. Now, we are not allowed to put ourselves in danger for no reason. A person is certainly not allowed to put himself in a state of foolish state of danger, just for the sake of danger, where the halacha prohibits dangerous activities. The halacha says you're not allowed to do something which carries an imminent life threat or an imminent danger of serious injury. There are halachic authorities who say that downhill skiing is prohibited because of the danger of imminent death which happens or breaking. I don't say everybody agrees with that, but I'm just telling you where this could certainly automobile racing, auto racing, or anything that carries an imminent danger, at least a percentage, a reasonable percentage of death or serious injury would be prohibited according to halacha. There is an exception that a person is allowed to do something for the sake of parnasa. For the sake of parnasa, a person is allowed to engage in an activity which I wouldn't call dangerous as much as it carries an element of danger if one is not careful. So, for example, can you become an electrician or a lineman? The guys who work a lineman, I don't mean a football lineman. That's really dangerous. I'm talking about being an electric lineman, where you're working on lines with high voltage electricity. If you're careful and you're cautious, so then you should be okay. Nothing, if you're a painter and you're up on a ladder, you should be okay. If you're involved in construction, you should be okay. If you don't do anything silly and you take the proper precautions, you should be okay. Now, accidents could happen and things could happen, but it's not that I wouldn't look at it as saying a guy who's an electrician who could get electrocuted. Much more dangerous being an electrician than being a plumber. I don't know any plumbers who have fixed the kitchen sink and were suddenly drowned. There are electricians who, as well, have been electrocuted. That does happen. Now, does that mean it's a dangerous profession? I wouldn't say it's a dangerous profession as much as a profession that carries with it an element of danger if you're not careful. So the halacha says that for the sake of parnasa, you are allowed to be engaged in such a profession. I remember in Chicago there was a guy working on the train track, on the what's it called, the L in Chicago. In Chicago, we don't have a subway. I think in the south side maybe it does, but on the north side it's called the L. It's on an elevated platform, and there's a third rail, the electric rail. Now they always said, don't touch the third rail. So there was an incident in Chicago where one of the guys working on the L. We're on page 232, Mike. There was a guy in Chicago who was working on the L platform, and he bent over. One of the workers, he bent over. He was wearing a gold pendant. He bent over, and as he bent over, the pendant swung out and hit the third rail. Right, so that could happen. Things like that could happen, but that doesn't mean it's prohibited according to halacha. Be careful. Be careful.
You You're muted, Ariel.
Oh, that's embarrassing. I was saying, from a technical standpoint, he wasn't really being that careful because he was wearing extremely conductive jewelry.
I guarantee you those were banned on the job after that.
Yeah, it's like, well, he didn't break any regulations, but on that same token, we've got a new regulation.
He was working on the L, and then when he was blown into the air, he was the Most High.
Ba-dum-bum.
It kind of reminds me of the story of Nadav and Avihu. Or, no, wait, is that them? Or am I... Who are the ones, the sons of Eli?
You got me.
Let's see. So Nadav and Avihu were the two oldest sons of Aaron. According to Leviticus 10, they offered a sacrifice with, was it Esh Zerah, I think? But like what it says is foreign fire before Adonai, disobeying his instructions, and were immediately consumed by God's fire. But no, more like the guy who, someone loses a grip on the ark, and so they reach to grab it, and then they end up getting killed by it.
Thinking another association back earlier with that Atrat as what were the titles? She on the sea that we came up with walking on water, but thinking it could mean that she had come from another land by boat, a tradition and a goddess. So.
Not necessarily. It could also be that she who goes to other lands by boat.
But I mean, the connections that seem to show that it is like Ishtar and Inanna coming from another. There's tradition.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have come by boat.
I believe the Sumerians did sail up to. There's scenarios of the Sumerians sailing up to Egypt and even founding it. The ark.
Yeah, but I mean the context that it's used in and the eras it's a Phoenician understanding. It's like Phoenician and Ugaritic. I mean, you could argue maybe it comes from earlier, but realistically, it's going to have to do with the Mediterranean and potentially the Black Sea.
Yeah.
I just think it's a bit of a stretch to argue that this is riverboats because they wouldn't be able to survive the sea winds.
Yeah, I don't know if there's through the other whether they would have had a ford or go.
Oh, also we know it's referring to the sea and not the river because the word is Yami, not Nahari or not Nari.
Yeah, I don't know the geography that well, but
No. So Naharu means river and Yam means sea.
Yeah, I know you're talking about the sea, but thinking they were some of the even before the Phoenicians people with boats that were going out and conquering and founding, trading.
I mean, I can't speak to that. Who do you think it was?
Like the Sumerians I'm talking about. The ark.
Is there any evidence? Wait, so you said they sailed from where to Egypt?
I don't know the geological account of how. Where is it over there? Bahrain and all of that.
Wait, so they sailed around the Arabian Gulf and into the Red Sea, you're saying?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, because what was that? Dilmun, land of Dilmun, where
what tends to contradict that, in my opinion, Zero, is the Egyptians' own account, which is basically they were led from the west. They came from the west, not from the east.
So the accounts in the temple is coming from somewhere else.
Wait, but this could be different migrations. But you're talking about Graham's the Amuru, or literally the Westerners.
Well, even before that, like they were led by I want to say, was it Osiris or was it Horus or But again, they have the whole saga of them traveling pretty much from almost like the Atlantic Ocean sort of concept.
Also, Westerners needs to be understood in context because it refers to west of the rivers. So this is like, or rather, west of Babylon. So like, basically, like parts of Assyria, Syria, and yeah.
Well, this is west from the Egyptian standpoint.
What do you mean? That would be their east.
No, the Egyptians west. They were coming further away from Babylon, the opposite direction.
Wait, no. So Amuru, it's referring to the west of Babylon, not west of Egypt.
Okay. Yeah, well, west of Babylon, west of Egypt would also be west of Babylon.
Yeah, but they came from they came from like Syria and parts of Turkey. So like some of the Amuru were also the Huru. So like the Hurrians were also like Amorites. It basically it just refers to the Westerners, but like west of Babylonia and Mesopotamia, or the west part of Mesopotamia.
Right. I was pointing out to Zero that the Egyptian tradition has the like I said, I forget if it was Horus or Osiris. I think it was Osiris, but was basically they were led across the Sahara Desert. It's a totally different sort of place that their founders would have come from than the Amaru.
The Lydians.
Even past Lydia. Again, it ties into that whole sinking of Atlantis sort of concept. And Egypt was settled by the the remnants of Atlantis.
Anyway, but what I was trying to bring up though is that it's west of the east, not it's kind of like how the West Bank, it actually refers to the west bank of the Jordan River, which Jordan is east of the West Bank. So the West Bank is actually it's west of east, but because of that, it's actually in the east of Israel / Palestine, as opposed to east of Jordan, because it's actually west of Jordan.
Yeah, like West Virginia being east of Kentucky.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't happen to you, that's a lot. But to go and engage in a foolish activity, which is it's prohibited according to halacha, if a person puts himself in a situation of danger, then he can't turn around and blame God. Hey, God, why did you do this to me? You put yourself in a situation of danger. Once you're in a situation of danger, there's a different way that God relates to a person. It activates a certain midah, a certain a strict justice. So Yaakov says, I'm not sending Binyamin with you. I don't want to send Binyamin with you because maybe something's going to happen on the way down to Mitzrayim. Okay, so they come to Egypt, and Yosef is in charge. And then in Pasuk Zayin, 4 lines from the bottom, page 232. Vayar Yosef esachav vayakirem. Yosef sees his brothers and he recognizes them. Now this happens in life all the time. When you see a group of people, you can start making out faces. I've been involved, I've been at reunions, I've been in situations where I haven't seen people for 20, 30 years. Just happened to me recently. I saw somebody I hadn't seen in 30 years, and you just don't recognize him. But when you see somebody else next to him, then you can start figuring out who must be whom over here. And you haven't seen people. This has happened to me numerous times. And Yosef sees his brother, the whole 10 of them, they're in Egypt. Egypt is a more, we find Rashi and Bereshit says in Egypt, they were actually black in Egypt. These are black Egyptians. So all of a sudden some 10 white guys, all tall, good-looking white guys come walking in. So Yosef recognizes them.
I feel like that could be taken the wrong way.
He speaks harshly with them. Where'd you come from? We came from the land of Canaan to get food. Now Yosef had put out feelers for this. Yosef had set out, the Medrash says that he had set out, if you ever see 10 guys coming in through any gate, he anticipated they'd be coming down. That's how in a land like Egypt, how does he happen to find these 10 guys? He had put out feelers, and as soon as he heard that these Hebrews from the land of Canaan are coming, let me know, I want to meet these guys. So they bring him over to Yosef. No, the next pasuk, look at the bottom line. Vayakir Yosef azachav, Yosef recognized his brothers. Vehem lo hikiruhu, they did not recognize him. Yosef recognized his brothers, they did not recognize him. Now, why didn't they recognize him? One of Rashi says because now he has a beard. When they left home, they all had beards, but he didn't. He was only 17. And all of a sudden, Yosef's got a beard, so they don't recognize him. Other commentaries say, well, he, between the beard and the Egypt headdress, they're basically seeing a pair of eyes. And they were even more than that, seeing a pair of eyes. Right? But even more than that, the last thing in the world you're expecting is that this is your brother. So the last thing in the world you're expecting that this is actually your brother. I mean, you're just not expecting that. The brother who you sold, the last time you saw him, he was a slave begging. You sold him into slavery. He was begging for his life, and you anticipated that he got. And all of a sudden, you're standing in front of him. He's the ruler of Egypt. It just does not make sense. It's not. It just doesn't. It just does not make sense. Then, at a deeper level, what does it really mean? Yosef recognized his brothers, but they didn't recognize him. That means what? Yosef recognizes his brothers, and he's going to have mercy on them. He's playing this out for their benefit. They didn't recognize him as a brother when they sold him. That means they didn't see. He sees them as his brothers. They didn't see him as a brother. They didn't treat him the way you should treat your brother. They sold him. That's a Yakir Yosef Azachov Vehem Lo Hikiru. Now look what Yosef does. Vayizkor Yosef Azachalomos Asher Cholam Lahem. Yosef remembers the dreams. And then look at the connection here. Yosef remembers the dream. So what does he do? Vayomer aleim meragli matam. Your spies. Liros says ervasa oretz basan. You've come to see the vulnerability of the land. First thing to his brothers, your spies. You've come to check out the vulnerability of the land. And the Medrash says that.
Oh wait, that's why. Sorry. Yeah, this sounded like this wasn't right. This is from last week. Sorry. Let's see. Here. Sorry about that. I feel like it still did help a bit.
I'll take responsibility. The Torah says like this, the brothers come down and Yosef is incognito. They don't know who he is. And Yosef tells them that they have to go home and they have to bring down Binyamin in order to confirm who they are. That's where we were holding last. That's where the Torah is holding it at the end of this week's Parshah. So the Torah begins on page 250, Parshah's Vayigash. So it says like this: Vayigash Elav Yehuda. Now Yehuda has taken responsibility. Yehuda said to Yaakov, I'll take responsibility, and I'm going to bring Binyamin home. You got to let me take him down because otherwise we're going to starve. We don't have food. I got to go. So Yehuda takes responsibility for Binyamin, and Yosef manages to create a bum wrap by putting his gevia, the fancy cup, in Binyamin's bag. So Binyamin finds this cup, and everybody, now they got to go back to Mitzrayim. This is where they're holding. And Yosef ends last week's parsha by saying, all right, I'll keep him slave, and the rest of you go home. At that point, Yehuda's had about enough. So it says, Vayigash Elav Yehuda. Yehuda approaches him. Vayomer bi Adoni. Listen, my master. Yedaber na avdecha dover beoznei Adoni. Let me say something in your ears, literally in your ears. That's what it means. He says, let me say something to you privately. Don't get angry. Because I see you as I see Paro. The implication is, you give me a hard time, I'll kill you and I'll kill Paro, your master. That's what Rashi says. Yehuda is already, he's had about enough. And this is the proverbial with all due respect. And he says, please don't get angry. And I'd like to say something, which is like when you say to somebody with all due respect, which means if anybody ever says that to you, gentlemen, it just means you're about to get insulted. Right? With all due respect means somebody's about to tell you why it is that you're incompetent, but don't get it with all due respect. So he says, look, Yehuda's upset. And then he starts telling him the whole story over here. Now, why is it that at this point Yehuda is convinced that up until now, the brothers kept saying, listen, it's our fault. We sold him. He pleaded. We didn't pay attention to his pleading. And all of a sudden, Yehuda changes his tune now and says, okay, enough is enough. I mean, if it's a divine punishment, which the brothers had seen it all along, so then why are you saying enough is enough? Something changed over here that convinces Yehuda that this is not a divine punishment, that this is some sort of, what's it called when you not entrapping, when you frame someone. There's a frame up over here.
A honeypot?
Yehuda says this is a frame up. This is not in halacha. You can only entrap somebody when it comes to idol worship. You're allowed to actually entrap somebody. If somebody is inciting other people to worship idols, then you're allowed to take to entrapment. In other words, if somebody comes over to me and says, hey, let's go worship idols. So what I'm allowed to do is I'm allowed to hide two witnesses. The Mishnah says you put two witnesses behind the wall. Then you say to the guy, tell me what was it you want to do? And the guy says, well, there's a great idol, guy, there's a real hot idol over here, why don't you come over, let's go worship together. And at that point, they could take the guy to Beis Din and nail him for idol worship. There you're allowed to entrap, because the guy he's the pusher, he's the dealer. The dealer is always worse than the user. And this is a guy who's inciting other people to idol worship, which is the worst sin. So the Torah says that their entrapment is allowed. Now, here we're not talking about entrapment as much as a frame up. So Yehuda is suspected. Why? What changed? What changed all of a sudden from Yehuda thinking that it's a divine punishment to a frame up? This Egyptian ruler, whoever he is making trouble for us. What changed in the story? So the answer is like this. Up until now, the brothers were the ones who were in trouble. Now we're page 250. Now they bring Binyamin down to Egypt. And all of a sudden, Binyamin gets nailed with this goblet business, that he stole the goblet. And what Yehuda realizes is Binyamin was the only one of the brothers who was not involved in the sale. It can't be a divine punishment for Binyamin because he was never involved in the sale to begin with. Not only that, the Gemara says there are 4 people who never sinned. One of them is Binyamin.
Oh, that's fascinating.
So the brothers know. He's, if the Gemara knows it, the brothers certainly knew it. There's no way he did anything wrong over here. At that point, Yehuda says, okay, this whole thing's a frame up. This whole thing's a frame up over enough is enough. And that's why Yehuda approaches over. Now, what we're going to see is a very interesting future connection. Because Yehuda has this bond with Binyamin and he goes to bat for him. So what are we going to see later on in history?
Judah and Benjamin are connected.
Binyamin's portion, but part of it goes into Yehuda. Binyamin and Yehuda are neighbors in Eretz Yisrael. Right? And they're neighbors territorially. Binyamin and Yehuda become neighbors as tribes. And even more, when there's a big split, the 10 tribes go off to they create one kingdom. The Malchus Yisrael is the 10 tribes. The 2 tribes is called Malchus Yehuda, which David HaMelech ruled over. And Malchus Yehuda is the 2 tribes of Yehuda and Binyamin. So there's a bond here that's created between Yehuda and Binyamin, which is a bond that's going to extend. It's going to extend through history because of Yehuda going to bat for Binyamin over here. Approaching Yosef, because Yehuda, because he took responsibility. He said to Yaakov Avinu, look, first Reuven said to Yaakov Avinu, I'll take Binyamin. And Yaakov says, no, don't I, no, maybe not. And then Yehuda steps forward and says, look, Dad, if we stay here, we're going to die anyway because there's no food. Now we got to go. Give me the kid. Give me Binyamin. I'll take him down, and you'll take him from me. And if I don't bring him back to you and put him right in front of you, then I will have sinned to you for eternally. And I'm taking him, but we're going to have to do this. So Yaakov sees in Yehuda, who is the king. Remember, Yehuda is where the royalty comes from. Yehuda is the king. Yaakov sees in Yehuda is the one he could trust, and Yehuda is going to go down there, and he takes responsibility. That's why he comes to Yosef. Now it's very interesting. The Gemara says like this. There's an interesting piece of Gemara. The Gemara says there was a Roman emperor who once called in his wise men. And he said to his wise men, listen, if a guy has a sore on his foot, should you suffer with the sore or should you cut it off and be relieved? Which was an allusion to the Jewish people. It was an anti-Semite. He said, listen, these guys bug me. Should I suffer with the Jewish people or should I cut them off? So everybody said, cut them off. So there's a man named Ketiyah Bar Shalom, who was one of the Roman advisors. And he says to the king, well, Excellency, there are 2 problems here. Problem number 1 is just a practical problem that you're not going to be able to cut them off because the Jews are all over the world, and you're never going to be able to get all of them. So practical implication isn't going to work. You just can't do it. And number 2, even if you did succeed, then people say, well, you're an empire that's actually a lacking empire. You are a second-rate empire because you're lacking a nation. Most kings are, you're an emperor over all these nations. Now you're missing one nation, so it's not good for you to do it. So the king says, well, you've spoken wisely, but we have a rule here. Anybody who gets the better of the king in an argument gets thrown into a flaming furnace. And in life, don't be right, be smart type of thing. So he says you get thrown into a flaming furnace. So on the way to the being taken out to executed, somebody said, a Roman noblewoman said, well, it's a shame that you're going to die for the Jewish people without joining them. So he immediately circumcised himself. The Gemara says he circumcised himself so he could die as a Jew. And that's why he's called Ketiyah Bar Shalom, and they threw him into the flaming furnace. And then a heavenly voice came out and said, Ketiyah Bar Shalom has immediate passage into paradise. And then Rabbi Yehuda Nasi heard the heavenly voice, cried, and he said, there's certain people, it takes a lifetime for them to acquire their portion. Some people acquire their portion in a moment. In one moment, one instant, they acquire their eternity. So the lesson over there is that, if you speak in front of a king, better be pretty discreet, because kings don't like to be anybody to make them look bad in public. That's why the Torah says, Yehuda says, let me speak in your ears, meaning private, just between me and you, because Yehuda understands, even if he says the right thing over here, an emperor may be very sensitive. You may be right, but an emperor doesn't want to look bad. And therefore Yehuda says, let me say it to you privately, so that if I'm right, you won't throw me into the flaming furnace. By the way, one of the, there's a famous question. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, when he heard the heavenly voice on Ketiyah Bar Shalom, he cried. Rabbi Nasi cried. He said, some people acquire their eternity in a lifetime. Some people acquired it in an instant. So why is he crying? You should be happy for the guy. What's Rabbi Nasi crying for? I heard Rabbi Beryl Wine once say, you know, he's crying. He's crying for all those wasted moments. If you can acquire your eternity in a moment, so you know, why take a lifetime? You know, look, and a lifetime is made up of a series of moments. Use each moment. Use each moment. We see how powerful a moment could be, right? So the Gemara says that he. Okay, so that's why Yehuda goes and he says it. Now, one of the commentaries here points out completely out of context. Vayigash elav Yehuda. Yehuda approaches him. Who is the him in the life of a Jew? Right, it's Hashem. Vayigash elav, you approach him, Yehuda. The Jew approaches. The Jew approaches God. How do we approach God? Huh? Amidah. What does the word Yehuda come from? Where would the name Yehuda, when Leah named him, how did she name him? What was the point? Oduk, which comes from Thanksgiving. Vayigash elav Yehuda. You want to thank God. The way a Jew approaches God is by thanking God. Our approach, our attitude with God has to be we are grateful to whatever God gives us. That's what the Sfas Sama says. We're grateful for anything that God gives us. Vayigash elav Yehuda. Always approach when you're grateful to somebody. When you have a debt of gratitude to somebody, it humbles you. Always humbles you when you have to thank somebody for something.
I think
people don't like to pay you back. They don't want to be indebted to you. They don't want to be ingratiated to you. So Vayigash elav Yehuda, the attitude of a Jew is we are indebted to God. And since when one is indebted, one is contrite. The whole attitude is to be an attitude. That's really what Hanukkah is. Hanukkah is a holiday of thanking God for the miracles that He's done for us. Vayigash elav Yehuda. That's what the Torah is alluding to. Now, so he goes and he tells him this whole story, and Yosef's melting slowly but surely as he tells him a story about how our father wouldn't handle it if he comes home and he'll die and he can't take the shock. And remember, it's Yosef's. They don't know that it's Yosef yet. Now Yosef, one of the most emotional and very poignant lessons that we find in the Torah. Take a look at page 252. What's Yosef? The truth of the matter is like this. Let's back up. Just a general. Why did Yosef go through this whole charade? And even a bigger question. Why didn't Yosef ever send the message to Yaakov? He's been away 22 years. Why didn't he ever send the message to Yaakov that he's alive?
Any thoughts?
Again, the theory that he had a sort of grudge to bear against the family comes to mind.
One of the interpretations I like is that he thought he'd basically been pushed out of the family, similar to Ishmael or Esau.
Yeah, no, that pretty much echoes what my instinct was there. Again, the other one is, Jacob didn't write to him, so why should he write back?
I mean, it's kind of like he's acting like he got sent off to summer camp when really he got kidnapped. So it's like, how is Jacob supposed to know where to send the mail? On the other hand, he knows where they are.
Or maybe Jacob was in on the plan to get rid of him. Jacob was the one who sent him to the brothers. I don't know.
Oh. Wait, no. It wasn't Jake. Well, he sent him to him. Wait, did he? Or I thought it was just that Joseph asked some people where they were.
No, he said to go check on him.
Oh. So you're saying he could think that he was...
Yeah, he could think that. He was wrong, but he could think, you can think all sorts of stuff that's wrong. I do it all the time.
Yeah, plenty of people do as well.
Well, it still showed that, in all that time and all those years, rising in the ranks in Egypt, living pretty good. And, especially once he's in charge of everything, he could definitely send word and even send for Jacob, but never did.
Oh, that was one that I was going to comment earlier when the rabbi was talking about that about not recognizing Joseph because of his beard. I was almost thinking the opposite one. They didn't recognize Joseph because he didn't have a beard. Because if I remember right, the Egyptians they shaved their heads and everything. And from his brother's standpoint, the idea that their brother would be clean shaven, including his head, would have been totally bizarre. Hey.
having some mascara on, and yeah.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what is it? What's the word? Like I forget what. It's one of the new like apocalypse movies, but it has Julia Roberts in it, and apparently in the movie, I saw this on the news or something. In the movie, her character's daughter is obsessed with Friends and doesn't realize that her mom looks identical to someone who appeared in the was it the Super Bowl special or something of Friends. I forget exactly what it was, but basically it's like similar. Like, don't they recognize that this guy in power looks exactly like Joseph? Even if they don't recognize that it is him, wouldn't they be like, "Hey, that kind of looks like him"? But it could be that the similarity is so uncanny that they don't even consider how similar he looks because it's like, oh, but this is an Egyptian. It's similar to like there's plenty of people who like you might have someone who they're a member of like one ethnicity, but still they look like someone else who's from another ethnicity, and it's like it's because people are ultimately people, and like you can say, well, these features are this ethnicity, but at the end of the day, like people have similarities to other people just because they're human. People can have the same eyes as someone from across the world. You can have the same voice as someone from across the world, but just speaking a different language. You can look. I mean, like you remember that whole like Chinese Elon Musk meme?
Yeah.
Nope,
A
missed that
comedian
one.
in China. There's a comedian in China, and Elon Musk was maybe going to do a photo op with him, but decided not to.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to get something to eat real quick. But yeah, I mean, on that note, I think that it's kind of similar. Like most people might not even consider that just because their preconceptions preclude them from even considering that.
Well, there's also the whole deal of when somebody's in power, you generally are looking down. You're not supposed to be looking at them in the face, where they're not
Oh,
necessarily really looking at Joseph, because all the pomp and the office is all around him, and all they know is, oh shit, here's the big man.
one moment.
Like they not don't look straight into the sun.
Into the favorite son.
I was wondering what the word Hebrew word for moon is.
Wait, one second.
Yeah, the moon.
Sorry, one more time.
I was wondering what the Hebrew word for moon is, whether there's something that pops up in there in relation to this being the bull, the golden bull.
There's two words. Like classical biblical Hebrew. The word is yareach. It means like wanderer. And then the rabbinic term is Levana, which just means the white one, because Yareach was also a moon god, and so they didn't want any association. So check this out. You know what this is?
No, what?
I don't know if you're able to see, but it's homemade absinthe.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's. Oh shoot, I don't remember what day I started making it. But yeah, it's a few days along now. But it has a nice dark color. Alright, so let's see. 1 moment.
Why he's been away from home 22 years? He's the king. He could easily have sent the message out. It could be when he was in prison then. But when you're the king, you could send the message to Yaakov that you're alive. Why are you letting him stew there for 22 years? Why don't you send the message? And why is he going through the whole charade over here? You go through the charade and send them back and forth. What do you say, Isha?
He doesn't know how he's going to fulfill this prophecy.
Okay, the prophecy has to be fulfilled. But okay, hey, I have to fulfill a prophecy, but honoring your father is more important. Honoring your father is a mitzvah. It's a deraisa. Prophecies, let God worry about prophecies.
I see the problem. Rachel was dead and couldn't guilt him
Your
into
job is to
writing
take care of your
home.
father. You have a mitzvah to say deraisa, Torah
True.
command, not to let your father stew in his grief over there. In 22 years, you're letting your father stew in the grief. Why? The answer is Yosef was concerned. The commentators say Yosef he's going to send a message to his father he's alive. Maybe the brothers are going to come and hunt him. He doesn't know where the brothers are holding. Maybe the brothers will come and hunt him down and kill him this time. They'll do the job properly. They'll get him. Yaakov get him. Hey boys, Yosef's alive in Egypt. And they'll come down to Egypt and they'll knock him off. Why? Yosef doesn't know where the brothers are holding, and that's why this entire sequence over here. He needs to know, have the brothers regretted what they've done? What's his proof going to be? The proof is when he takes the next best thing, which is Binyamin, is his brother from his mother, his full brother, and the brothers are willing to go to bat for Binyamin, and they're showing that there was his full brother, is his brother from his mother, when he takes the next best thing, which is Binyamin, is his brother from his mother, his full brother, and the brothers are willing to go to bat for Binyamin, and they're showing that they're willing to go to bat for Binyamin. That is the proof to Yosef that had they had to do so for him, they would not have done the same thing again. It's the proof to Yosef that the brothers have done tshuva. They regret what they've done, and at that point, Yosef's ready to. Once he hears Yehuda say, "Listen, we are not leaving here without him." At that point, he says, "Okay, they've done tshuva." Now he
but Benjamin didn't go on and on about his dreams.
I was thinking the exact same thing. It's like, it's clear that by that standard, Joseph wasn't Jacob's favorite because he was Rachel's. He was his favorite because he was Dream Boy.
Yeah, he entertained Jacob.
Don't give anybody any ideas. They might take that the wrong way.
I just remember Isaac sticking his hand under Abraham's leg for the blessing,
Eliezer.
Oh, Eleazar, sorry. I keep forgetting which one of the two it was. Yeah. Again, that's not any sort of blessing ritual I'm familiar with. Tag.
Zero. You lost connection to your mic or something? Wait. I'm gonna wait for him to get back in before I start reading again.
Page 252, 7 lines from the top.
Oh yeah.
I was just saying it's funny that we both had the same thought about Joseph being Dream Boy being the problem.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. He never had any reason to think that they didn't like Benjamin to begin with.
The other reaction he could have had is clearly I'm cut out of the family. They care about Benjamin, but they didn't care about me.
You know what he should have done? If he really wanted to see if they had changed, he should have had one of his trusted servants pretend to be him, and then have him pretend to be who he was before, of low and no status, and see what they would do if they would be sorry for what they did to him.
I like your idea. Mine was much darker. I was sort of going with the Abraham Isaac thing and basically threatened to sacrifice him to one of the Egyptian gods.
Wait, sacrifice who?
Benjamin.
To an Egyptian god? Why?
Well, threaten to see what the brothers are going to do. It's
That's-
basically. Go ahead.
That's how you get Shechem 2.0.
Good point.
V'lo yochol Yosef lehisapek l'chol hanitzavim alav. Yosef could not hold himself back. He's already, he can't take it anymore. Vayikra, he cries out, Hotziu kol ish me'oloi. Get everybody out of here. V'lo amar ish ito b'zvara Yosef. Not one Egyptian was there when Yosef reveals himself to his brothers. So first of all, you can imagine the emotional trauma, the emotional strain on Yosef. This is Yosef, who was able to control himself with Mrs. Potiphar in a test that almost no one in history could possibly have passed. And yet, at this point, the Torah says Yosef couldn't control himself anymore. So you can imagine the pressure, the emotional pressure on Yosef at this point. If the same Yosef who could control himself with Mrs. Potiphar can't hold out another minute now, and what does Yosef do? First thing, get all the Egyptians out of here. Tremendous life lesson here. Tremendous life lesson. You know what the life lesson here is?
Get emotional in front of Goyim.
That's the part. Well, you could get emotional in front of Goyim. It's not the end of the world, but he's about to say something which is probably going to cause them embarrassment. Be pretty embarrassing. It's pretty embarrassing that, hey, fellas, hi, Dave. Yeah, it's me who you sold 22 years ago. And everybody's sitting at the table, just kind of staring at a spot on the table. Now this is awkward. Everybody's kind of staring. I was once at a Shabbos table. It was a disaster. Absolute disaster. The wife started crying at the Shabbos table. The husband said, "Well, the chol." She put out the truth is like this. They put out cholt. I didn't like it. I didn't want to go to anybody's house anyway. And I was sitting there. I wasn't married yet, and she put out the cholt. I just remember there's a word they used to use in the westerns when they would put out the food. They used to call it gruel. Right, that's what the chont looked like. I mean, it really was unceremonious looking. And the husband, there was a kind of this timid guy, and he just says to his wife, "Oh, it looks so good." And his wife just started burst out in tears.
It doesn't look so good.
He said it looked so good, and his wife started to burst out. She said, "But you haven't even tried it yet." And I don't know what their deal was, but I was sitting at the table with another guy, and there was a girl there also at the table, and I found the most enchanting spot on that table for 20 minutes. It was just, and I'm thinking, hey, people, get your act together over here, will you? And so it was just absolutely embarrassing, and you're sitting there like, this is awkward. I had a yeshiva guy once from a different yeshiva. This guy's a real nut. So he once said, got up, he said, you got to be careful where you send guys for Shabbos. He said he was once at this newly married couple's house, and just the three of them, and right at the table, the husband and wife got into an argument. The wife put out the gefilte fish, and the husband said something like, why was the fish on a salt-free diet? And the wife said something like, well, only sweet people can taste salt. Something like that. And they were off to the races, and they got in there, and they're actually yelling at each other right in front of him at the table. And then he says, all of a sudden they lapsed into silence. The two of them just lapsed, and they're just sitting there for 10, 15 minutes. Nobody's saying a word. And this guy's a bit of a nut. And all of a sudden he does like this. And so they look at him and they go, what are you doing? He goes, I'm just cutting the tension.
The funny thing is, that's actually super clever to say that gefilte fish, which is basically sugar fish, that to say that, how come it's on the salt-free diet? That's clever. But what's even cleverer is that she said, yeah, but only people who aren't sweet only people who are sweet can taste salt. Basically saying that he can't taste salt because he's bitter. That's clever.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure they kept going from there.
Yes, and hopefully in the spirit of Shabbos, they eventually ended up, what's the word? Reconciling, and potentially doing so in the typical way that Hollywood depicts it. How you go from one emotion, one extreme to another, because it's probably not the healthiest way, but there's this idea of shalom bias of piece of the house. Basically, if that's what resolves it, better than nothing. The only thing is, maybe don't do it when you have a guest over for Shabbos. That could be a bit awkward.
Unless you want them to referee.
No, unless you're a Sabbatean. Hey, Zero.
I don't know if that's funny or not, Ariel.
It's funny because that's totally the thing they would have done.
Too true.
Okay. I'm going to take one dab and then we'll continue. And we are almost done, thankfully.
So what is the Vayigash?
What? Vayigash?
Yes.
It means and he approached.
Okay.
And she looks at, so he said, she's like, well, you're married, you better not do that. You know, so sometimes there are just awkward moments. Now, this is going to be very, very awkward. So here's a man who's at the point that he can't control himself anymore, yet look where his head is at. Sensitivity. What about them? What about them? How are they going to feel if I just burst out? Oh, it's me, Yosef. So the first thing is get everybody out of here. Controls himself enough because of the concern, the sensitivity for the brother, gets everybody out of the room. You know the famous story through Moshe Feinstein was once on the way to the yeshiva. When he got to the yeshiva, they got into a car. He drives to the yeshiva. When he gets to the yeshiva, he's holding his hand like this. So one of the buffers said, Rebbe, why are you holding your hand? And he was obviously in pain. He said, because the guy who closed the car door, he closed it on my finger. So he slammed the car door on my finger. So he says, yeah, but I didn't hear you yell. He goes, no, I didn't want to yell, because if I would have yelled, he would have felt bad that he closed the finger on my hand. And so, you know, kind of self-control that takes. But there's another person. There's a human being over here. There's a human being over here. You got to be careful. I heard about a Rebbe and a Cheder. This is a beautiful story. The Rebbe and a Cheder, and one of the kids stole money out of another kid's briefcase. So the Rebbe says, "Okay, I have no choice. I'm gonna have to search your pocket." He says, "Who took the money? Nobody would. So I'm gonna have to search your pockets." So the kids are all like, they're like this, and the Rebbe says, "Okay, everybody stand up against the wall." He lines them up against the wall, their faces to the wall. He comes up behind them. He reaches his hands into the pockets. Like the fourth or fifth kid, he finds the money. After he finally took the money, he hid it in his hand, and they went to each one of the kids and kept searching the pockets. So he said, then the kids turned around and said, okay, I found the money, here's your money back. And then the kids knew who the kid was, who he found the money in his pocket. Later in life, this kid had a struggle with his Yiddishkeit, and he started going off. And then one day he came back and he wrote a letter to this Rebbe. He said, I want you to know that I came back to Yiddishkeit because of that incident in Cheder. I really couldn't have realized, how could I leave a religion where sensitive people like you? And he came back, he wouldn't leave it. So you have to know in life, even with your own children in the house, where parents, could lash out easily. Just because this one's in trouble doesn't mean he's got to be. You don't have to make it a what do you call it, a entertainment for everybody else in the house. You have to be sensitive to other people. That's what Yosef. That's the first lesson here. So nobody's there when Yosef reveals himself to his brothers, and then he goes like this. Vayitein kolo bivchi. He starts crying. Vayishbu mitzrayim vayishma beis paro. All of Egypt and all of Paro's house hear it. I don't think it means literally they heard it, but somebody reported, hey, Yosef's crying over there. Okay, now. I'm just skipping for a second. Go to Pasuk 16. Go to Pasuk 16. On the next page, verse 16. He reveals himself and everything else happens. And take a look at page 16. Pasuk 16. It's right in the middle of the page. Kol nishma beis paro labor. Word got to Paro's house saying, Bo'u ache Yosef. Yosef's brothers came. Paro and his servants were happy. Why should Paro and his servants be happy hearing about the fact that Yosef's brothers came? So the answer is like this. The answer, you see, over here, all it says is Yosef started crying, and everybody heard about it in Egypt. Word got out real quick. Then when they found out that the reason he was crying was because it was his brothers, Paro and his officials are happy. Why? The answer is, remember what was Yosef's function in Egypt? He's a finance minister. How do you think you're the president? Who's the finance minister in America now? Bernanke? What's his name? Who's Bernanke? What's his name? The Secretary General. Who? Lou. Yeah, the Treasury is Lou. What's his first name? Jack Lou? Something. What's his name? Jack Lou? Yeah. Okay, so imagine the president of the United States is sitting in the Oval Office, and also says, "Sir, Jack Lou just had an emotional breakdown in his office over. He's crying hysterically." If I was the president of the United States, I don't want to hear that about my secretary of the Treasury is crying. What disaster is upon us right now? And then a few seconds later, Parker goes, well, no, it has nothing to do with that. It's just he has an emotional meeting. Oh, good. Much as Jack Lou's mother-in-law just left, so he's crying, or she arrived, he's crying tears. That's why he's crying. Oh, okay, that we could deal with. So, first thing you're panicked. Who is this guy? What's he crying about? And then you find out later it's because of his brother. And that's the right. So Yosef is crying. However, so Yosef says, well, Yosef fell out now. Okay, so everybody hears about it. Now here is the pasuk. Vayomer Yosef echel echav. Yosef says to his brothers, Ani Yosef, I am Yosef. Ha'oda v'chai, is my father still alive? Pasuk back on page 252, pasuk Gimel. Now listen to this pasuk. This one. Oh, we'll see in a second. This one really hurts. Vayomer Yosef echel. Yosef says to his brothers, Ani Yosef, I am Yosef. He reveals himself. Ha'oda v'chai, is my father still alive? First question, is my father still alive? He's asking, you've been telling me he is, but now tell me the truth. all along. I don't know if you're telling me the truth. Is my father still alive? So his brothers could not answer. They were afraid of him. They were afraid of him. So, the Medrash over here says, Oy lanu miyom hadin. Oy lanu miyom hadin. The word oy is a Hebrew word. It's not just a krechts that your Zaydi used to make when he sit down on the couch. Oy, mine aching back. Oy is really a Hebrew word. Oy lanu miyom hadin. Oy, there's a verse in Mishlei that says, Lemi oy, lemi avoy. Who yells? You ever hear the expression oy vavoy? Oy vavoy really comes from oy and avoy, which are two words. The pasuk in Mishlei says, who groans oy? Who's constantly wailing avoy? And the verse continues, to people who tarry long at the cup. People who are into drinking. The next day they wake up, bruised, battered, and aching. Me oy, let me avoy. As your roommate in college, or probably you, waking up the next morning, shh. Quiet down, guys, will you? Nobody's making a sound. And nobody said anything. Well, it sounds like that's an awfully loud quiet over there. Lemi oy, lemi avoy. So I had a guy who told me he had a friend in college who was such a beer drinker. He said everywhere the guy went, he had beer. He had beer in his car, beer in class, beer everywhere. Beer. He says he woke up in the morning, he put beer in his Cheerios. He was constantly drinking beer. He was just drinking beer. So he says, lemi oy. So it's the Medrash says like this.
That's what we call alcoholism.
Woe to us on the day of rebuke. If Yosef's brothers, who are rebuked by a man of flesh and blood, had no response for him, so all the more so when we're rebuked by Kadosh Baruch Hu. That's what the Medrash says. The famous question on that Medrash is, well, that's true, and it's a great Kal V'chomer, and it works. There's only one problem. There's only one problem. Where does Yosef rebuke his brothers? He never rebuked his brothers. All he did was he revealed himself. He didn't even rebuke. I said, "Hi, I'm Yosef. Is my dad alive?" Well, what would you ask if your father, who you're so connected to, where's any rebuke over here? So this is the one that hurts, gents. What Yosef was saying to everybody, what the rebuke was? Yehuda comes down and says to him, we got to take the kid back home. His father will never survive the blow. We're worried about, how will he survive? He'll be shocked if Binyamin. So Yosef says, I'm Yosef. Is my father still alive? Where was this concern 22 years ago when you sold me? All of a sudden you're telling me you're so concerned about your father. You're so concerned about your father. I'm Yosef. Is my father still alive? Where was that 22 years ago? Where was that concern? Right? That's the ultimate rebuke. Because the ultimate rebuke in the world to come, what we always think of rebuke as somebody getting in your face and pointing a finger at you. You know what rebuke is? Rebuke is when you say to your dad, Dad, I haven't got the energy to mow the lawn. Dad, I say, can you do me a favor, mow the lawn? I just don't have the energy. And 10 minutes later, the phone rings, and your friends want you to get together for some midnight hockey. Hey, Dad, can I go play midnight hockey? He says, no, you don't have energy, remember? You haven't got any energy. I wouldn't want you to have to exert yourself now. No, for this, I got energy. No. My dad was a master of that. He was a master at trapping me in those sort of things. He even set up situations to trap me when I'd say, no, you haven't got energy. So when it comes to, the guy comes up after 120 years, God says, did you wear tefillin? Nah, not really. I wasn't into tefillin. Why not? He says, that's pretty expensive, $1,000 for little black boxes, That's why I says, oh yeah? Yeah, that's a little square black box you got over there in your pocket that you walk around with. That's a little square black box you paid about $1,000. That you could afford, that little square box that you could do all sorts of things on that you could afford. My boxes you couldn't afford. That's the rebuke. I didn't see you giving stuck. Well, it's a lot of money to give away, Oh, but you went to restaurants where you paid $45 for the entree and $90 for a cup of wine over there. That you can afford, but my stuff you couldn't afford. You see, the rebuke is only taking you and showing you who you are. That's why the ultimate rebuke is showing a person. You're caught in a self-contradiction. You're caught in a self-contradiction. That's the worst thing. I'm not telling you to be more than you could have been, but you see that you could have done this. Also, that you can't do.
I have a feeling you
For
really
everybody else in the world,
relate
that's
to
what
this,
husbands and
don't
wives
you?
go through this all the time.
At least to the
Oh
extreme.
yeah.
Yeah, I definitely can as well. I not quite as much as you though.
I've had more years of practice, Ariel. Hopefully you won't catch up.
True.
Where your first loyalty is supposed to be to your spouse, and the first loyalty is to your spouse, and then your wife may say to you, "How come you're nice to everybody else in the world, to me you're not?" Or a husband says to his wife, "How come you're always baking a cake for the neighbors, but they make a kiddush for me and never make a special cake?" Who's your first loyalty to? I'm not telling you bake a cake if you can't, but if you already got energy to bake a cake, bake it for me. So I say, "Kid, bake me." I haven't got it. The phone rings. Oh, by the way, the gold. Or a husband says to his wife, "How come you're always baking a cake for the neighbors, but they make a kiddush for me and never make a special cake?" Who's your first loyalty to? I'm not telling you bake a cake if you can't, But if you already got energy to bake a cake, bake it for me. So I say, "Kid, bake me." I haven't got it. The phone rings. Oh, by the way, the Goldsteins are making a kiddush this Shabbos. There's a bris. You think you can make it? And she's up and she's baking. What happened over here? The answer is the ultimate rebuke is being caught in a self-contradiction. And that's what Yosef says to his brothers. Where was I? Where were you 22 years? Also, you're singing a song and a dance over here. Where were you 22 years ago? One last idea. The last idea here is that if you look at the word in Hebrew, this is a remarkable idea. You look at the word in Hebrew here, it says, Vayomer Yosef Elechov. I'm reading the pasuk again. Ani Yosef, Odavichai, V'lo yochlu echov la'anososo ki nivhalu mipanov. What does the word mipanov really mean? Literally, what does mipanov mean? From his face. So, one of the commentaries explains over why didn't they recognize him all along? He had sort of Egyptian headgear on him. And they weren't looking at him. They couldn't see his face clearly. And when he takes it off, all of a sudden they see his face. Oh, my goodness, it really is Yosef. Okay? Idea number one. Idea number two is one of the most enchanting words in the Hebrew language is the word face. Panim. What does panim literally mean? What does panim mean? Misrad ha-panim. The minister of the interior. Why is your face, which is the most public part of you, the most presented part of you, why is your face called inside? And the answer is obviously because your face registers what's going on inside. Your emotions show on your face. Your honesty, your greed, your enthusiasm. You could read a face. You could read a face. People read body language. You read body language. You could even certainly read a face. The face is called the inside because it's all reflected on your face. You can tell when they talk about keeping a poker face. The young guy's trying to and his eyes are glowing. He's holding a good hand over there. Everything. Your excitement shows on your face. If you're sad, it shows on your face. All of the emotions show on the face, and the face is the representation of what's going on inside. Now listen to this, remarkable. There's a pasuk that says, "Chochmas Adam ta'ir panav." A person whose wisdom causes his face to glow. Sometimes you look at people and say, "Well, that just looks like a wise man." He just looks like a wise man. He just looks like a smart person. Especially Torah, ruchni, spiritual values, kedusha, holiness. It shows on a person's face. Part of Yosef. Yosef is a tremendous tzaddik. So what would you have expected by Yosef? You expect Yosef to have a spiritual glow. Yosef's greatness was in keeping himself hidden. Yosef had to hide that greatness. A very deep idea here, gentlemen. Commentaries say, all along Yosef managed to, so to speak, turn off the spiritual luminance that comes from him. When he revealed himself in full righteousness. So you know what it's like? It's like turning a flashlight on in somebody's eyes. Because when Yosef says, "Ani Yosef," and all of a sudden the spiritual glow comes out. The brothers, they couldn't answer because they're intimidated by his face. You know what that means? What are they really? It's not just the light that's shining in their face. It's the brothers see Yosef for who he really is. That's who we sold.
What's the sound like?
22 years. That's who we sold. That tzaddik is the one we sold.
Transfiguration.
We were so blinded and thought that he deserves to be sold, and that's
going to go with
nothing worse.
the idea of
when you're confronted.
Oh, we didn't know who we wrong.
What you did wrong. That's what the commentators say. Now, on a plain level, let's take it down onto the plainness level. Is just what could you possibly say to somebody who you sold 22 years ago? What could you possibly say? Hi, it's me, Yosef. I knew a guy who's a Russian guy whose father abandoned him and the mother when he was about 2 years old, something like that. 1 year old, 2 years old. Guy grew up. He was here at Or Sameach, and he traced his father. His father was a doctor. He traced him. He traced his father down, and finally one day he made an appointment. Finally found where his father was. He'd been spent a couple of years looking. Finally found his father. Had a medical practice somewhere in Israel. And one day he made an appointment. To go see the doctor. And he comes in. He comes walking into the office. And he walks in, he sits, I says, "Yeah, what's the problem?" He says, "Hi, Dad." And then he said there was about 15 or 20 minutes of silence. What can you possibly say? What can you possibly say? "Oh, hi, son, how are things?" What can you possibly say? He had abandoned for 20 years. And the guy, he told me they just sat there looking at each other for about 15, 20 minutes, staring at each other. So, what can you say? "Oh, hi, fellas, it's me. You remember you sold me 22 years ago?" What can you possibly say? Okay. Now, one last point. I said that already. I'll say another one.
Sorry,
we'll elaborate on this tomorrow.
So did
It
he
says, "Ani
indicate
Yosef
that it was 22
ha'odavichai."
years?
Chafetz Chaim says, can you imagine how many questions?
I mean, if you count it, but yeah, it's just not like, oh, this was 22 years ago. He doesn't say that directly. But another thing that's kind of interesting is, it's kind of like talk about skeletons in the closet. Or rather, bloody coats in the closet.
But that's not something that's based in the scripture there that it was 22 years that it passed.
It is, but
So
it's not going to be like, and this was 22 years. I'm pretty sure it's like, 4 years here, 7 years here, so on and so forth.
But that seems to line up with the alphabet, right? 22 letters.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if
Brothers said
it's
was
been like 11, whether that adds up to 33.
What?
I was wondering how old he was when they sold him.
17.
Okay, it was 17, so it wouldn't be that.
going through their mind at this
Wouldn't be
point.
33.
Imagine their confusion. What's this guy doing? He's sending us back. What's the blood? There's a frame up over here. Yosef says 2 words, and the whole thing is. What does Yosef say? I'm Yosef. You ever go to those movies? They have those movies like they and then all of a sudden, in the last scene of the movie, everything falls into place like a book. So you're just like, who? See, what's it? And the whole thing untwists with one scene. The whole thing untwists. There's always somebody at the end of the movie. There's somebody in a parking lot afterwards. You ever see these guys standing back? Says, "Oh, you mean he was a good guy all along? Oh, I thought he was with the bag. No, he was a good guy. I was always the guy somebody was explaining it to. There's always one guy who gets it right from the get-go. The guy said, "Oh, he's going to get killed. He's a bad guy. He's a double agent. He knows the whole thing." And I still haven't got it. By the end of the movie, I'm still in absolute. Then he's sitting there in the parking lot and explaining to me, "No, don't you understand? The reason he killed him was because he was a bad guy." That was me. No, clueless. Always clueless. Always had one friend who got it from the beginning. Like, it's got the whole thing worked out. Ani Yosef. You mean, So the Chafetz Chaim says, if that's how they felt when Yosef revealed himself, look at all the questions we have in life. Why this? Why that happened? Why isn't it happening? In ultimate revelation, God's going, it's me, Hashem. And all of the understanding, because they're going to come sweeping in, all of the questions are going to be washed away. And then there's going to be a thing, one long, now I get it. Okay, we'll stop here, gentlemen. We'll continue.
Interesting.
Definitely.
Here, we'll continue in just a moment.
Yesterday we were talking about when Yosef reveals himself, and so when Yosef reveals himself, he says, "Ani Yosef," or on page 252. So he mentioned Yosef reveals himself, page 252, and then all of man's unanswered questions, all man's questions are answered. So the what do you call it? There are sources that say that in the world to come, part of our like we were speaking about yesterday, when something you can't figure something out, and all of a sudden you finally get it, so that gives you a certain sense of satisfaction. That's what I told you. If you're working on a piece of Gemara, and then in Shir finally you understand it, because and you realize, oh, that's what Tosfos is. It gets deeper. That's what the understanding is in the world to come. And there are commentaries that say that it's going to be where every single thing that transpired in this world that you've wondered about is going to be explained. Why did you have to go through that? And why did this guy have something good happen? Why did the Cubs have to be so bad for so long? There's got to be a reason for it. And then it's going to just be more depth and more depth and more depth of understanding. The understanding is going to be endless understanding. That's what the understanding of the world to come is going to be. So Yosef, we started talking yesterday.
All right, so let's see here.
It does seem a little bit, you could consider it kind of a Kabbalic numerology thing, but since the alphabet is culled out of Egyptian hieroglyphics, the 22 years in Egypt, a year for each letter.
Yeah, there's definitely some things you could look at with that. Also trying to figure out, so there's, wait one second, so it's, I guess, so let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's interesting. So 5, so that means 1, so 20, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. Interesting. So there's also 5 double letters, and if you subtract 5 from 22, you end up with 17, which is how old he was when he was sold.
And those are the letters in.
Hebrew.
You're talking about the whole alphabet.
No, so there's 22 letters, but
Yeah.
then there's an extra 5 double letters. So, or like not double letters, but it's like the mem and then the final mem, the nun and final nun, tzade, final tzade, pay, final pay, and kaf, final kaf.
Hmm.
So really, there's a total of 20. What would that be? 27 forms, I think. But the point is, if you subtract that extra 5 from 22, you get 17, which is how old he was when he was sold into slavery.
And it's overall called et, right?
So 17 plus 22 would be
41 or yeah, 17 plus 22. 9.
let's see, it's 22 plus 17 is 39. Interesting.
And then 17 itself being 7 and 10, which you have the 70 gods birthed of El, then being kind of the 10, what are they called? Sephiro of the
Sephiroth.
and then the 7 of the rainbow, in the
There's also seven lower Sphirot and 3 higher Sphirot.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, here let's continue. So, let's see. Where are we at? Veki v'chilchalti otcha שם כי עוד 5 שנים רפן תברש אתה וביתך וכל אשלך והנה עיניכם ראות ועיני אחי בנימין כפי המדבר עליכם והגעתם לאבי את כל כבודי במצרים ואת כל אשר ראיתם ומירדן והורדתם את אבי הנה ויפול על צווארי בנימין אחיה ויבך ובנימין בכה על צוואריו וינשק לכל חייו ויבכה עליכם ואחרי כן דברו חייו איתו והכל נשמע בית פרעה לאומר באו אחי יוסף היטב בעיני פרעה ובעיני עבדיו ויאמר פרעה אל יוסף אומר אלה אחיך זאת עשותנו את בעיריכם ולכו והוא ארצה כנען ולכו את אביכם ואת בתיכם ובואו אלי ונעלה לכם את רוב ארץ מצרים ויאכלו את חלב הארץ. Let's see. Maharuva Ahalu. Quickly, now you go quickly and go up to my father and say to him, thus said, wait, I think I already read this. Oh wait, no. Thus said your son Joseph, Elohim has placed me as Lord over all of Egypt. Go down to me and I did say that. Vayishavta, and you'll dwell in the land. Wait, did I read that already as well? Yeah, I did. Sorry. Vekil kalti, and all of mine will be for you, and all of me, kilkol, and I will sustain all of you there that for the 5 more years of famine, lest tivaresh, lest you and your house be dispossessed, and all that is yours, of all that is yours. Interesting. It almost seems like that's kind of what happens later on. You know what I mean? You picking up on that? How they get dispossessed and sold into, or not sold, but thrown into slavery.
Yeah, I see how that works.
So I'm going to see if there's any commentary on that. Let's see, commentary. Joseph was well aware of this. Let's see, anything. Look after. It's saying that Joseph implied that he would not be able to look after his family economically while they were in the land of Canaan, as he would be suspected of sending them grain in order to trade in on the local market and to profiteer through their connection to him. Furthermore, they would suspect that the export of such grain supplies to his family were only a prelude to his own return there. On the other hand, if they would all come to Egypt, everyone would know that he had no reason to return to Canaan, and that he was not amassing a secret fortune in order to enable him to leave the country. So that's according to Rabbeinu Baya, Bereshit 45:10.
I was thinking there was also a correspondence with, you said, the upper 7 and the lower 7 in the Kabbalah relating to the 7 years of famine. And
Wait, what do you mean the upper and lower 7?
I think you said Sephiro.
No, there's lower 7 and upper 3.
Oh, where did that? Oh, the 10. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Lest you become impoverished, leaving the Holy Land was preferable to becoming impoverished in his Torah knowledge through the vicissitudes of famine. Let's see. Interesting. This word for Torah is to keep alive. Or wait, lest you. Oh wait, no. It was saying to keep them alive. Sorry. So, one moment. Yeah. Um, um, and you can behold with your own eyes. Let's see. So and you can behold, or behold with your eyes and see for yourself my brother Benjamin, because because of him, Hamidaver, the word, because of him I'm speaking to you. Wait, Benjamin for himself, that is indeed, and my brother Benjamin for himself, that is indeed who I'm speaking to. I'm not getting that. Oh, because for himself, because for himself, I'm speaking to him. Or it's not clear to me right now. Vayigash Levi, and you will all tell to my father, to all of my honor in Egypt and all that you have seen, and you will hurry quickly and vehoradtem et avi, and bring my father down here. Vayifol al tzva ore. Sorry.
So they always do refer to it as down, and I guess is it actually topographically lower?
Yeah. So going down from Canaan to Egypt.
Also seems to kind of identify it with the underworld.
Sorry, I've got might have eaten a bit too much. Let's see. Sorry. Oh, I know. It's because I'm singing and I'm, taking kind of in between, and then I'm also eating, so it's combining in it. Well, this is going to be fun in the morning. Vayifol al Savatai, and he fell upon the back of Benjamin, his brother, and he wept, and Benjamin wept upon his back. Vayinashek lekol achayav, and he kissed all his brothers, vayivech alehem, and he wept upon them. And after that, achreken divru echayav, he spoke to his brothers, only then were they able to, only then could his brothers talk to him. Vehakol nishma, and the voice was heard, and the voice was heard in the house of Pharaoh, saying, come, saying, come, the brothers of Joseph, or the brothers of Joseph have come, and it was good, Vaitav b'nei Paro, in the house of Pharaoh, or in the house of Pharaoh's house, u'b'nei Avadav, and in the house of his servants. So in Pharaoh's house, in Pharaoh's eyes, and in the eyes of his servant, Pharaoh's house. Vayomer Paro el Yosef, and Pharaoh said to Joseph, Omer el Achayav, tell this to your brothers, Asu ma'atnu ta'anu. Do ta'anu. Do this. Load up. Sorry. Oof, I've never had burps this bad. Do this and load up at load up your load up your cattle or your beasts, Velachu ba'u, and go out and come Artsa Canaan, and go at once to the land of Canaan. What? This is, say to your brothers, do as follows: load up your beasts and go at once to the land of. Why is he? That doesn't make sense.
What's it saying to from?
What?
Saying to or from Canaan?
It's saying to go to Canaan.
Yeah, they're in Egypt at that point, right? In Pharaoh's house.
Yeah.
Let them move them out raw high.
I think I'm.
Does that mean he's giving them some beasts?
I'm not sure. I'll call it animal of his edge.
That would kind of repeat various points where the patriarchs were headed out, given
Let's see.
increased herds.
It's kind of like he's trying to set them up. You know, here's the grain, here's all of this. You know, it's just set them up good, treat them right.
All right, so go up once to the land of Canaan. The kechu. Oh, because they haven't gotten their father yet, I guess. Ukechu et avichem, and take your father, take all of your like basically all of you all's father. Okay, I think I got it. Take. This is a warning. Don't eat so much. Take dabs and then speak a lot. Not a good combo. So take your father. Take yours, father. I'll just say yours to emphasize the yours plural. Take your father and your house. So like your daughters or your household. And come to me, and I will give to you. I will give to you good land in Egypt, and you will eat milk in the land at 𐤅𐤂𐤂𝐤𝐿. You will live off the milk or the fat of the land. I need to give myself a tiny break, and I think that's also where the next chapter ends, and then it's I just want to double check. So yeah, 18, and then we have 19 until, oh, thank God. Okay, until 28. Oh, thank God. I do not know. Like, I've never had it this bad. I mean, I've streamed a lot. I've eaten some during streams. I've taken a lot of dabs, so I don't know what it is. It's interesting.
Vegetable oil in what you're eating there?
Not any more than what I normally do. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing out of the ordinary here.
What was
You're
it,
mixing that whole breathing and eating together, you know. Maybe some of the dab went down the wrong pipe.
I'm gonna say whether it's a chunk down the wrong way, but like hiccups and things I've noticed in relation to
This isn't hiccups. This is just gas.
yeah, but I mean there's a kind of a sensation of an imbalance. It's kind of related.
What you need is a good Homer Simpson type belch. That'll take care of it.
Oh, honestly, that's those. Sound. Oh, also, just real quick before I forget, did you watch? Did I ever end up showing you the video about how Amalek might actually just be Amluk or Amluka?
I'm not sure if you showed that one or not. I don't remember.
So basically, so Amalek, it might be because Am means nation, and then Lek might just be the rendering of the Luka. You know, one of the sea peoples.
Yeah, in southern Anatolia there.
All right, let's see. Is it? Oh, right here.
If I remember right,
Oh, well,
southern
Yosef
and
says to the
western
brothers,
Anatolia.
Yeah, but they could have also gone a bit south as well.
Benjamin means
Either son of the south or son of the right hand.
but not the sea.
No. I mean, maybe there's a way you could interpret that way, but it's. I mean, he shares some ravenous traits with him, just like kind of being seen as like rugged and somewhat. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's a stretch.
Dan was always the
Yosef,
tribe associated with the sea that I remember.
What? Which one?
Dan. Tribe of
Oh.
Dan.
Yeah, true. Oh shoot, where was it?
Is south associated also with being on the right as in facing the east?
Yeah.
Goes up. So I tell you,
Because Kedem, which is east, literally means forward.
Yeah.
Or Kadima does.
a medrash. Remarkable. So you heard that from did you have to go through that? You know, and says to the brothers, "Ani Yosef, Odavichai." Yosef is saying to Yosef to the brothers, as soon as he says, "I'm Yosef," there's a world of understanding opens up. There's just an entire world of understanding opens up. So I want to tell you a medrash, remarkable medrash. That the medrash says like this. There are different opinions what the source of this medrash is. Some trace it to the Arizal, to the Ariya Kodesh. One say it's a medrash Kadmon. It's an early medrash, but the medrash says like this. It's a remarkable medrash. The medrash says that when Moshe Rabbeinu went up to get the Torah, so Moshe Rabbeinu asked God, "What's that?" There's a medrash that says he went up to ask God, why do the wicked suffer? Why do the wicked prosper? The righteous suffer and wicked prosper? That's probably the biggest question people have. Why do bad things happen to good people? By the way, that book written by Harold Kushner, was a Reconstructionist rabbi. It's one of the biggest sellers in history. I think it's the biggest seller behind Harry Potter and Impact. You know, the Impact series by me. And then there's so I'm running second, and what do you call it? It's apparently the same. It's a massive seller. Now, you see, the problem with his book is like this. The book is considered complete heresy from a Torah point of view. Complete heresy, because what happened was he himself, and can't judge the individual, went through a very, very terrible form of suffering. He had a son who was 8 years old, and his son contracted one of the rarest, a very rare disease called rapid aging disease. There's a fancy name. There's a fancy word. There's a fancy name for it, but it was called rapid. You know, there are 200 cases in history, whatever it is. The kid at 12 years, at 8 years old, because what happened was he himself, and can't judge the individual, went through a very, very terrible form of suffering. He had a son who was 8 years old, and his son contracted one of the rarest, a very rare disease called rapid aging disease. There's a fancy name. There's a fancy word. There's a fancy name for it, but it was called rapid. You know, there are 200 cases in history, whatever it is. The kid at 12 years, at 8 years old, starts aging. No other symptoms. He just starts aging, and he goes through all the symptoms of old age. And at 12 years old, he died of old age. And he looked like an old man, just like a 90-year-old man when he was 12 years old. So he had a terrible form of suffering, and the family just has to agonize and watch him. And so he writes this book that, well, his thesis is that God controls the good in the world, but the bad happens randomly and haphazardly, which I don't see that that's any consolation to anybody. You know, people found such consolation in the book to the contrary. You know, that bad could strike randomly. You know, we obviously that's completely antithetical to Torah. God controls everything. God controls the good. God controls the bad. And everything happens for a purpose. So Moshe Rabbeinu, that's and that's the age-old question that's always bothered people. And so again, I'm not judging him on a personal level for the suffering, but the book itself is blatant what we call kfir. It's blatant heresy. So the Medrash says like this: when Moshe Rabbeinu went up to God, and he said to God, "Why did the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper? Where is your justice in the world?" So God says to Moshe Rabbeinu, God is blatant. And so again, I'm not judging him on a personal level for the suffering, but the book itself is blatant what we call kfir. It's blatant heresy. So the Medrash says like this: so Moshe Rabbeinu went up to God, and he said to God, "Why did the righteous suffer and the wicked prosper? Where is your justice in the world?" So God says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "I'll answer you as much as a human being is capable. I'll give you a glimpse of understanding, but even after I explain it to you, your understanding is still will only be a tip of the iceberg compared to what really goes on. But I'll try to answer you as much as a human being can understand." So God shows Moshe Rabbeinu a vision. Stay with this. You have to stay with the start.
And then he dosed.
God shows Moshe Rabbeinu a vision, and in the vision, Moshe Rabbeinu sees a soldier riding on a horse. It's a very hot day, and the soldier gets to a water hole, and he gets off his horse at the water hole to take a drink, and he bends down, and as he's drinking, he doesn't notice that he's got a money pouch in his pocket. As he bends over, the money pouch falls out of his pocket. He doesn't notice it. He takes a drink, and he gets on his horse, and he rides away. A short time later, a 12-year-old boy comes by. He walks over to the water hole to get a drink, and he sees a pouch. He opens up the pouch. It's stuffed with gold coins. Grabs the gold coins. He goes running home happily. A short time later, a little old man comes by. Comes over, takes a drink, lies down, takes a nap. And in the meantime, the soldier's on his horse, and the soldier touches his pocket. And oh, that feeling of panic you get when you can't find your wallet. Like that, there's that feeling. You don't even want to touch your other pockets because you'd rather live with hope than confirm the worst. And you tell, "Oh, where is it?" And the worst thing is when you go home and your parents say to you, your mom says to you, "Well, where did you lose it?" Well, if I knew where I lost it, it wouldn't be lost. Your mom, "Don't get smart, just answer your mother's question." One of those. And then they make you search every pair of pants you've ever owned. You haven't worn them in 14 years. Just check every pocket. So the soldier touches his pocket, and he's got that feeling of panic. So he thinks, "Oh, where could it be? I must have lost the money at the water hole." So he turns back, he goes to the water hole, sees a little old man is lying there. He rides up to the old man. He gets off his horse. He kicks him, wakes him up. He says, "Listen, old man, you found my money. Where is it? Tell me. I'm in a hurry. Give it to me quickly." The old man's wake up. Says, "I don't know what you're talking about." He says, "Listen, if you don't give me my money quick, I'm going to kill you." The old man says, "Listen, honestly, I swear, I have no idea where." He says, "Listen, old man, I'm really in a hurry." And the old man's like, "Wait, please, I don't know what you're talking." He takes the sword and he runs him through. And he searches his pockets. He doesn't find the money. Gets on his horse. He rides away, and the vision fades. And God says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "You see this perfect justice in the world?" So Moshe Rabbeinu says, "No, I don't see any perfect justice." So just like Yishai's face. So I said, "I don't see any justice at all." So God says, "Okay, I'll show you a second vision. Let's see if this helps you out." Moshe Rabbeinu sees a vision. He sees a forest. In the forest, there's a clearing. Right in the middle of the forest, there's a big clearing. And a father is taking a walk with his 2-year-old toddler son. And back in the thickness of the forest, there's a soldier sitting on a horse. And he's got a perfect view of the clearing. He's watching the father, just observing the father and the son walking through. And they're taking a nice walk, a nice stroll, a nice bright sunny day. And all of a sudden, on the other side of the forest, a bandit jumps out, and he attacks the father. They start rolling around on the ground. The soldier is watching the entire thing, doesn't do anything. The bandit overpowers the father. He pulls out a dagger, and he stabs the father to death. Rifles through his pockets. He finds a pouch stuffed with gold coins, and he grabs the pouch, and he starts running off. He's such a hurry to run away that in his haste to run away, he carelessly drops the pouch. Soldiers are watching this whole thing happen. He sees the bandit kill the father. Bandit's running away. Drop the pouch. Soldier sees the pouch, waits for the bandit to run, comes running in, rides in, takes the pouch, and he rides off. And again, the vision fades. So God says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "See now you see this perfect justice in the world." And he says, "I'm clueless. Spiritual double feature, and I'm still clueless." So God says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "Okay, I'll explain it to you. But just understand, even after my explanation, and you understand, you still don't understand. Just understand that this is as much as a human can understand. Says to Moshe Rabbeinu, look, the vision that you saw in the forest, the second vision I showed you actually happened 10 years before the vision at the waterhole. So the soldier who lost the money at the waterhole in the first vision was the same soldier who 10 years earlier had found the money in the forest when the bandit carelessly dropped it. The 12-year-old boy who found the money at the waterhole in the first vision, 10 years earlier, was a 2-year-old whose father was brutally murdered. He should have inherited the money then. It took 10 years, and eventually he found the money at the waterhole because that was the money that was really his. And the little old man who was murdered at the waterhole 10 years earlier was a young
soldier.
bandit.
Oh, the bandit.
He had murdered, and therefore he was murdered. And not only he was killed, but the same soldier who should have intervened in the forest and stopped him, it took 10 years, and eventually he caught him at the waterhole and he killed him over there.
That has
God says,
really
everything
dark
works, everything fits into
implications,
place,
though.
everything fits right into place. And you could be utterly baffled, utterly puzzled. Where is the justice here? And one little detail, that you've got the wrong chronological order of what just happened. And if you know the chronological order, everything falls into place. So God says to Moshe Rabbeinu, you see, there's perfect justice in the world. You see, the problem with you is you don't understand, and you don't see, and you don't know all the plans. You don't know why one thing's happening. So sometimes a person sees, why does that little old lady have to suffer so much in the hospital? She's a little old lady who's got cancer. Like, terrible. What could she have ever done wrong? But you don't know that when she was a young lady, she was a drug dealer who was pushing drugs on school children. So you don't know, you don't know where she came from and where she's going, what she's doing. You didn't see the whole lifetime. We only see a very, very limited. There's another medrash, a very interesting medrash. There's a medrash, we say it on what's that?
It's like a Tarantino film.
What's it? What's Tarantino?
You see the film like in different scenes. In the
Of course, and that's what life really is, because we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened in a previous incarnation, and we don't know what happened in a previous lifetime. We don't know what happened in this lifetime. We don't know anything. All we see is a very limited. You see a very limited vision. But that's what. So God is telling us. So in the world to come, God's going to say Ani Hashem, meaning total exposure to the truth. And all we're going to do is we're going to go, and everything, every blade of, but it's going to be with infinite depth, because every blade of grass is going to have it. So why did I see that blade of grass that day? Why did that?
Interesting.
I was going to say, I always liked my short answer as to why bad things happen to good people, so that something worse doesn't.
Well, that's dark as well.
And so is reincarnation actually scriptural, or kind of read into it?
It's from Kabbalah, but there's definitely element, like you could.
I mean, that's straight Hindu karma.
It's consistent with scripture, is what I've heard. It's
Yeah,
not
it's not
specified in
explicit.
scripture.
It's explicit. It's not explicit, but it also could be considered implicit.
And it's by what, the recurring saints?
This idea of maintaining a family lineage, there, if you read between the lines, you can almost get this idea that like the souls of one generation are passed down to the other through their own lineage.
So reincarnation as multiple beings rather than as the same being.
What do you mean?
If your offspring and your seed, the way the man is still alive because the nation that came from him is alive.
No, it's more like your son is your dead great-grandfather.
Like arguably, there are some traditions that could view Jesus as actually being David, literally incarnate. But again, it's iffy. Because at least the language within Judaism does seem to refer, at least in a literal sense, to the Messiah being David, not just being the son of David, but also being David. But like in this idea of the future Messiah will be David. Which is also possible it's a title, because David means beloved.
And it could tie into the whole Demuzid archetype sort of concept too.
Exactly. Or even Adonis.
Well, and why there wouldn't be a need for heaven if you're continually returning to the world.
What?
kind of not a need for an afterlife or heaven if you're remain in the world.
No, but see, that's the thing. There is no afterlife in Judaism. There's Haolam Haba, the world to come. But arguably, the world to come could be cyclical. It's like the world to come is a filter that you pass through, and really, you're just getting recycled.
Yeah, it's still the world, just a different time, it would seem. And that's what I mean. There's not an afterlife heaven world. Still
Well,
in
it
the
is.
world.
It is afterlife. It's after your life.
Yeah, but you're still in the world, the life of the world.
Still, you could view it like within the context of like Bardo, or like this idea of like the spirit plane, where you wait in between incarnation.
Well, that eternal soul aspect we talked about earlier seems to be like returning to the one in an eternal realm, which is kind of outside of time.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. ואתה צווית זאת עשו קחו לכם מארץ מצרים הגולות העגלות לטפכם ולנשיכם ונשאתם את אביכם ובאתם ועיניכם אל תחוס על כליכם כי טוב כל ארץ מצרים לכם הוא ויעשו כן בני ישראל וייתן להם יוסף עגלות על פי פרעה וייתן להם צידה להדרך לכולם נתן לאיש חליפות שמלות ולבנימין נתן 300 כסף ו5 חליפות שמלות ולאביו שלח כזאת 10 חמורים נסים מטוב מצרים וסרטנות נוסות פרווה לחם ומזון לאביו לדרך וישלח את אחייו וילך ויאמר עליהם אל תרגזו בדרך ויעלו ממצרים ויבואו ארץ כנען אל יעקב אביהם ויגידו לו לאמור עוד יוסף חי וכי הוא מושל וכל ארץ מצרים ויגף ויפוג ליבו כי לא האמין להם וידברו אליו וכל דברי יוסף אשר דיבר עליהם וירא את הגלות אשר שלח יוסף לשאת אותו ותהי רוח יעקב אביהם ויאמר ישראל לעבוד יוסף בני חי עליך ואראנו בטרם אמות. So, and you, Tzaviata, and you are commanded or permitted, given charge over this to do and to take for yourself from the land of Egypt, agalot, wagons, litafchem for your children, ulenishechem, and for your wives, ulenasotem. For your women and for your children and for your wives, and you will carry your father with you. And you'll bring him. You'll carry your father with you, and you will bring him. And veinechem, and your eyes will also probably didn't help that I had Indian food tonight. And you will not, and your eyes will not have will not spare, or will not have pity upon your vessels or your belongings, because it is good and for the best. Oh, because it's not 12, it's 2. Because the best in all the land of Egypt is for you, or it shall be for you. Vayasu, and you shall do thus for the and the children of Israel did thus, and Joseph gave them wagons according to Pharaoh, and he gave them Seda Laderach. He gave them Seda. Oh, like game, or like it's almost like this says provision for journey, march, supply of food. It almost has a similar context to teraf. It's like that which has been hunted in order to be eaten later. So it's not the idea of like hunting for food then. It's almost like making into jerky, you could almost think of. Or like preserved meats. Provisions for the road. And all of them gave one, gave another. Oh, to everyone, he gave to one, like to every like kulam laish, like, so literally to everyone or to every man, but literally everyone. So to everyone he gave chalipot, chalaf, a change of samlot of clothing, and to Benjamin he gave 300 silver and 5 change of clothing. So literally 5 new pieces. Is that how you understand change of clothing? Because it's not saying like here, change it. He's saying like additional.
Yeah, Joseph's basically equipping him for the trip to go get Jacob.
Interesting. This is a change of clothing to indicate that he had forgiven them for stripping him of his colorful coat. That's according to al-Sheikh. To all of them he gave to the letter Lamed preceding the word La'ish is vocalized with the word Patach, La'ish. Change of clothes, shirts, pants, undergarments, people change frequently. In other words, garments that are worn directly on the skin. Alternate explanation, outer garments. The reason why Joseph gave them these garments as presents was that he had been the cause that made them tear up their clothing when they found it. The goblet had been found in Benjamin's bag. They had been deeply embarrassed to be walking around in torn garments. And to Benjamin, seeing that he had not participated in his sale, he gave him 300 silver pieces. As a result of this, each of the other 10 brothers had been treated as worth a slave. According to the Torah, 30 pieces of silver. Compare Talmud Gittin, where it is stated that if someone sells his slave to a Gentile, he is penalized 10 times his value, 300. Interesting. Are 300 silver pieces are 10 times the value of an able-bodied slave. Again, normative within the time. It's not saying that it's good out of any context. I mean, it's one of those things where I think that, it's bad that society ever had it, but it's like most texts from that point normalized it, so don't single this out. Well, and this isn't even the text. I'm given the text was from a time when that was normative, but even this translator Chizkuni is from a time when that was still normative. Again, doesn't mean that's right that they say this, but let's see. Anything else? 5 changes of clothing he handed to them, that eventually Mordecai would be descended from him, who would be distinguished with 5 garments as distinguished in Esther. Oh, because he's descended from the tribe of Benjamin. Interesting. He gave each of them a change of clothing. This was a replacement for the other 4 were gifts as opposed to compensation. 1 outfit each from himself and his 2 gifts and his wife. Interesting. It's like Uncle Benny's coming to town. All right. And to his father, he sent like these. Asara Chamorim, 10. That's interesting because Asara very close in son to Asherah, but Asara and the Chamorim, donkeys, which is one of the animals of her. Oh God. 10 donkeys. Carrying goods from Egypt. And 10 Otonot. Okay, this is strange. So Chamorim, he asks, it says Asara, which is feminine, not Eser. Wait. Achat? Wait. Echad? Oh, I always forget which one's which. Asara? Shoot. Let's see. Hebrew, numbers, gender. Let's see. So shoot, where is it? Let's see. So Asara is masculine. Interesting.
and means,
Oh,
and means 10.
yeah.
Hmm.
So it's fascinating. A lot of the sounds are reversed with Hebrew or with the Hebrew numbers. So shmona is the masculine form of 8, even though you'd think it would be shmona, but shmona is feminine. So yeah, but it's interesting how so you have 10 he donkeys carrying goods from Egypt and 10 she donkeys carrying wheat and bread, umazon, and provisions. What's this, like treats maybe? Or
What's the word for 10 with the she donkeys? Same?
no,
Also?
eser.
Oh. There's
So
10.
mazon is food or sustenance. Le'aviav, interesting. It's biblical Aramaic Syriac rather than Aramaic word. So the fact that this is in here in Genesis is kind of interesting.
So there's an inversion of what
No,
would seem to be male and female.
no,
numbers.
there's. Oh, yeah. Sorry, there is.
In the numbers, it's inverse
Yeah,
gender. So you have a sort of transsexual numerology.
interesting.
Actually, I kind of saw it as sort of like French, where it's the feminine article with the feminine form of the word, and in Hebrew, you're almost doing it to complete it with if it's a male, if it's like a male word, you want the female number to go with it, and vice versa. So you end up with the composite being complete, male and feminine balance.
So it's almost like a numerological hieroskamos.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, a Kabbalic alchemical pair.
That allows the number to bond to the object, in a sense. Tag.
Fascinating.
And then that association with the donkey with Asherah.
Anyway,
I guess it'd be a male donkey she would be riding to have the same pattern.
not necessarily, because she rides a she-ass.
Mm-hmm.
And her servant rides a he-ass, which is also kind of interesting because I don't think it ever specifies what Jesus rode, but it doesn't say a she-ass, I don't think.
But yeah, interesting that through the looking glass between letters and numbers.
Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. We're almost done. So, and sustenance for your father, or for his father, for the road. And he sent with his brothers. And he sent his brothers off, and they went, and they spoke they spoke amongst themselves, or no, and he spoke to them, or saying to them, "Do not tirgizu baderech, do ragaz, do not be agitated or be excited, or don't excite yourselves on the way. Don't get your stomachs all like I am right now." The Ya'alu, and they went up from Egypt. They went up from Egypt, and they came to the land of Canaan, to Jacob their father. And they told him, saying saying Joseph Od Yosef Chai. Interesting, in the same formula, Od Avinu Chai. It's the same formula. So Joseph still lives, or Joseph is still living, and because of this, Moshel, and also, Vicky, and further, and further, he is the ruler over all the land of Egypt. So I mean, technically you could read it that way, but it's ambiguous, but I'm just not reading it a way you could read it because just I don't want to get accidentally flagged or whatever. But on top of that, I just also don't like saying the word. It's not. But anyway, Vayifog. Wait, actually, I don't know. I didn't think of this before. Vayifog, like fog. It's a foggy London morning. That actually is technically what it says. I don't know. I'm like, my mind automatically jumps to the worst possible thing that a word could sound like. But, that's from, what's the root of this? From pug, to grow numb. And he grew numb, and his heart grew numb because because he did not believe them. Oh wow! So he thought he was playing a prank on him. Maybe that was another reason, because Joseph didn't think that he would believe it. He thought he would just be hurt, potentially. Which still, it doesn't explain. He's like, why couldn't he leave even for a sec? Maybe I don't know. There's all a bunch of reasons you could come up with why he couldn't. Vayidabru, and he spoke, and he but when they spoke to him, all the things that Joseph had said to them, Vayira et ha'agalot, and he saw the wagons that Joseph had sent to carry them off to Egypt, or to carry them off so that they could live. Ruach, to carry them off. Oh, Techi Ruach, the spirit of Jacob was revitalized, or was given life. Of Jacob, the spirit of Jacob, their father, was given new life. Vayomer Yisrael Rav, and Israel said, Rav od Yosef, like further until Joseph, or Ravod, it is too much. Rav, like, it is a lot, like, I don't get where they're getting enough from. Let's see. Rav, much, many, great, enough. Maybe like, honestly, maybe just like too much, or maybe honestly, the best translation would be a lot. Like, this is a lot. Od Yosef b'ni Chai, my son Joseph still lives. Elcha, I will go. Ve'er Enu, and I will see B'terem Amut, before I die. I will see him before I die. So that's where we're ending off. But yeah, that's wild. So I'm going to take like one more dab and then we'll finish off. But y'all have any thoughts before we?
It sounds like Jacob's ready to just get on a camel and hit his way onto Egypt at that point in time.
Yeah. He's like, I don't know how long I got, but I want to see my favorite son who didn't lie to me. He might have been annoying, but he never told a lie.
And again, I don't know if it's going to deal with it in the next chapter. I wonder how Jacob's reaction to what his other son's doing to Joseph is.
What do you mean?
Well, Jacob, I would think that you'd hold it against the 10 of the 10 of them that they sold Joseph into slavery.
Oh yeah, because you didn't know that yet.
Yeah. Yeah, all he knows is Joseph's alive, and it's like, hey, maybe Joseph fought off that animal, crawled off, and the brothers found the cloak, and they assumed that Joseph was dead. They don't realize they sold him into slavery yet. I would imagine Jacob has a bad reaction to that idea. I know I would if I was the father.
Yeah. not a father, but I'm assuming that I would also have a bad reaction.
And it was
What the hell?
It was
Go ahead,
11
Zeus.
It was 11 brothers, right?
Yeah, but only 10 did it.
Yeah, Benjamin wasn't
Okay.
involved. That was that was the point. Yeah, Benjamin was the innocent one, the fellow son of Rachel.
I thought Benjamin was the 13th.
No. Well, I mean, if you include Dina. But a nickname for him could be Bene Benny, good Benny.
But when the 11 sheaves bowed down to him,
I
Well,
think,
Benjamin did bow down to him in Egypt with
yeah.
the other brothers.
yeah, but the number was 11 at an earlier point, and there was only 10 brothers.
No, Benjamin was alive at that point. He was 7.
He just wasn't out and doing the field yet. I was going to say, there's a part of me that's a little surprised they didn't bring Dinah to Egypt and say, oh, she's our wife. I mean, sister. Oops.
Well, not only that, but wouldn't she recognize her own daughter as the wife of Joseph?
You'd think so, but again, it's you have another sister wife thing going on there.
But that's outside tradition. It's not in the story, right?
Right.
Because again, seemingly, none of them ever leave Egypt. The rest of
Welcome to the Hotel Egypt. Such a lovely place. Like Hotel California, but Hotel meets Ryan.
Yeah. There's always another block to move in Egypt.
Lifting it up at the Hotel meets Ryan.
Why did I end up in that store? Why is
like
that guy so
the
obnoxious?
song
Why did the
from,
bus driver close the door on my
World
head?
War
You know,
II or
everything.
whatever.
Sorry, what?
Like I think there was a song from World War II said, "How you gonna keep them down on the farm after they've seen Paris?"
Everything that then you'll be shown that in a previous lifetime you were a wagon driver and you used to ride the wagons over people's heads. Something like that. You'll be shown that everything that a person sees, is and it's unfathomable. We just cannot comprehend it. Why did everybody end up in one place at one time when the boat sank? That means that God had to manipulate things to get everybody onto that boat in order for the boat to sink. Nothing was random and nothing was haphazard. And it's absolutely infinite. That's the understanding of the world to come. There's another interesting medrash when medrash says that. Remember on Yom Kippur, we read about the 10 martyrs. We're actually going to speak about that in a little while. Read about the 10 martyrs. You know what? Let's hold off on this for 1 second. I'll tell you in a second. So Yosef says to his brothers, Vayomer Yosef pasuk Dalet. Vayomer Yosef elechov, Gishuna Eli, Vayigash. Yosef says to his brothers, approach me. And they approach. Pasuk Dalet, page 252, pasuk Dalet. It's right in the middle of the page. Page 252, right in the middle of the page, pasuk Dalet. Vayomer Yosef elechov, Gishuna Eli, Vayigash. Yosef says to his brothers, approach me. And they approach. Vayomer Ani Yosef achichem. I am Yosef, your brother whom you sold to Egypt. Now, the first thing we see over here is, in the previous policy, Yosef has already identified himself. So why does Yosef go and have to identify himself again over here? So just for confirmation, you'll notice that Yosef has one piece of identification here that is the ultimate piece of identification. The bris milah we'll see about in a second. What else? The speech also that he speaks lashon hara. We'll see it. We'll see. Kipia Medaber comes later. But the first piece of it is, I'm Yosef, your brother, whom you sold. There's nobody who knows about that sale. Who knows about that sale? He's the only one. Him and them are the only ones who know about it. I'm Yosef, your brother. They're shocked, like, whoa, that looks like it's really him. Guys, I'm Yosef, who you sold. Right? How could he possibly know about that? How could Yosef possibly know about that? Yosef is the only one in the world who knows about that besides them is him, because they made a ban. Even Yitzchak Avinu, who knew about it, wouldn't tell Yaakov. Yaakov cried and mourned, even though his father knew about it. And Yosef calls him over. So when Yosef says, I'm Yosef, your brother, who you sold to Egypt, that's the ultimate identification. Okay. Now look at Rashi, because Rashi says when Mr. Fogel brought up, it's a little bizarre. This Rashi, pasuk Daled. It's the left column, third line. Rashi says like this: left column, third line from the top. Gishuna Eli, approach me. Says Rashi, Ra osam nisogin la'ochor. He saw them moving back because they were afraid. Amar achshav ochai nichlamim. My brothers are embarrassed. Says Rashi, Ra osam nisogin la'ochor. He saw them moving back because they were afraid. Amar achshav ochai nichlamim. My brothers are embarrassed. Kara lahem beloshon raka v'tachanunim. He called them in a soft, pleading voice. Please, guys, please approach. Nothing to be afraid of. Veher alahem shehu mohel. He showed them that he's circumcised. Now, if the plain
Don't
meaning
be
seems to
afraid.
indiscreet,
I have
right?
circumcision.
And I call it in front of 10 people to show me circumcised. They certainly seem to be indiscreet.
Of course,
And
so
then
does
there's an
every
bigger
other
question.
male in
There's a bigger
Egypt.
question.
Tag.
Let's say he had done that. What's the big deal? I mean, it doesn't identify anything because last week's parsha we learned that he had decreed that all the Egyptians should be circumcised. Right. So what?
Oh,
right,
apparently
so
it's because of
everybody was
Joseph.
circumcised. Oh, that's what the commentaries say. When it says he showed them he was circumcised, it doesn't literally mean he showed them he was circumcised. He showed them. Ask around in this country. Ask around the country. You'll find everybody circumcised over here. Just ask anybody whose idea was it. Everybody's going to say, well, it's the viceroy, that new viceroy. It was his idea. Where did I get an idea like that from? Where did I get an idea like that? That's the proof. That's the proof. And again, the idea of bris milah, which is the kedusha of that area of life. Yosef's emphasizing them. I'm your brother Yosef, and I've got this. I've retained this degree of kedusha in this area. And the Chassam Sofer, the commentaries say, somebody who's at a high enough level could look at somebody else, and he could tell where he holds, where his status is in this area. In other words, like you can, there's a concept of reading faces, and you can look at a person and see his spiritual level on face. So people who are in a high enough level, they can look at somebody's face and they can see where he's holding, especially in this area of life. And therefore, Yosef is saying to the brothers, knowing that they're on that level, remember, these are tremendous tzaddikim, Yosef says, hey, I'm Yosef, and I've been maintaining my kedusha in this area, and I assume you can see it on me. Right? That's what Yosef, that's what the Mishpim say. We're going to ask, okay, now, take a look at the next part. This is what I want to get to. Yosef says, Ve'ata al te'atzu, and now don't be saddened. Pasuk hey. Don't be upset. Don't be upset that you sold me. God has sent me here to be a salvation. How does the agriculture to be a provider? Good word. God has sent me here to be a provider because there is a famine and you're gonna need provision. So don't be upset that you sold me. Now he says, and now don't be upset that you sold me. So the basic meaning here is it's a way of comforting him. It says, listen, guys, don't blame yourself. Don't blame yourself. This is all part of a divine plan. You were only a what do you call it? A tool in the divine plan that brought me about here. So I guess I said, don't blame yourself. It actually worked out well. Okay, number one. Number two, what's the word ve'ata doing here? This is the Hebrew word ve'ata, and now. It says, and now don't be upset. Ata with an aleph is you. Ata with an ayin is now. What does it say? And now don't be upset.
Be upset before.
No, good guess. The opposite. In other words, like this, we never find that the brothers are punished for this. Never find any punishment for the brothers. Where do we find any sort of punishment for this at all? Somewhere in our liturgy. Somewhere in our liturgy, we find
The 10 martyrs.
Scattering of the tribes.
No, that's an interesting connection, but no.
Oh, the Pidyon
Remember on
Ben.
Yom Kippur, we say the dirge, the inserted into Musaf on Yom Kippur. We talk about the 10 martyrs, that the Roman emperor calls in the 10 martyrs. And he asks them, what is the law by Torah law? What's the law for kidnapping? And the 10 martyrs say, well, kidnapping is the law is capital punishment. And he says, well, your ancestors sold Yosef. They never find a punishment. There have never been 10 men as great as you. And therefore, he tortures them to death. Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Chanina ben Teradion, and Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, and Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol, the 10 martyrs. Around Yom Kippur, we read that. And the whole thing begins with the conversation between the Roman emperor and these 10 sages. Now, first of all, just as from a historical perspective, I realize the 10 sages did not live at the same period. The conversation never took place. They did not live it. It was only poetic license, and we read it on Yom Kippur in order to tug at our heartstrings a little bit, to arouse us to the tshuva. But the commentaries say, what Yosef is saying is, ve'ata, and now al te'atzu. Nothing to be said about now. But later on in history, there will be a time. Later on in history, there will be a time where there will be a reckoning for this. And according to the Arizal, Kabbalistically, those 10 martyrs were reincarnations of the brothers. The 10 martyrs that died, Rabbi Akiva is a reincarnation of Shimon, and each one of the brothers is a reincarnation. Each one of the 10 martyrs, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shimon, each one of them is a reincarnation of one of the brothers over here, and eventually they're tortured to death. Okay, so that's what's alluded to in the word va'ata. Okay, now let's go back to what we were speaking about earlier. So Yosef is saying, don't be sad now, and again, in the Torah, we don't find any punishment for that. We don't find any punishment for the kidnapping and selling, which is a capital offense. It is a capital offense. So there's an interesting, now in that Yom Kippur, do you remember what, you're not talking about in Yom Kippur, do you read that?
Muted.
Oh, thanks. Sorry. Really tired. Anyways, I think that's a good place to end off. And any last words before we close out?
Maybe on the Eshmoonness you were talking about. Eshmoonness.
Oh, I was just joking. It's not actually a thing.
Yeah, I know what I mean. Is Eshmoon also associated with Solstice?
I'm not sure directly. It was just poking at the fun that there's a lot of similarities between him and Jesus.
Definitely. No, it's interesting that that idea there were no penalties for the brothers. I was kind of curious about that. And yep, Merry Christmas, everyone. Tag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say they I guess the sin in their own hearts and their own deeds weren't even their own.
What, you mean the people who were punished?
The brothers not being punished. It's all good. It was all God's plan. Even though you're dirty bastards.
Anyway, Baruch wait. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chaye olam nata b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. And on that note, any last words?
Fun as always, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy solstice. Well, that was last night, but is it still today?
No, it was a couple days ago.
Oh, dang. Honestly, I'm so off. And you know what? It's because I didn't do it for the solstice, so whatever. This was like, fill in. Hey, Halsey. We're actually just closing out, but good to see you. Take care and Merry Christmas, even or whatever you're celebrating. Honestly, I mean, I'm not even celebrating Christmas, so like just happy holidays, whatever you're celebrating.
Harambe Kwanzaa starts the 26th.
Interesting.
Festival of First Fruits.
Yeah, and interesting. There's a tradition that like happy December 25th. It's weird that it's almost 2024. That's super weird. It's interesting because you have 0 plus 2 plus 2 equals 4. So it's 4, 4. So it's 8. So it's Eshmoon. So it's the year of Eshmoon. I'm joking. I'm just messing around. Anyway, on that note, I will see you all.
Yeah, you can use the menorah for Kwanzaa too.
Anyway, on that note, I will see you all later.
Bye.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year.